Good morning.
Good night.
Or good night. That's right. Yeah, some of us, it's like 7 a.m. and we're used to waking up at, 8 or 9. So it's all good. Well, I was expecting us to have more people eager to speak, and I would be siphoning through them, not encouraging speakers. So we can actually, there's only about 19 of us. It might be nice for 15 or 20-second check-in, how you're feeling, what you're excited for the day, and then pass it to someone else, and we'll start getting the circle conversation going. So maybe I'll pass it to you, Kevin. You've already sense checked your mic. So after you're done, then just pass it to someone else who you haven't heard from yet.
Yeah, for sure. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's 6 a.m. here in Mexico, and I'm pretty excited. This is my first seat in the election I'm participating, and I'm just excited to go over the process, listen to everyone's pitches, and see how it goes. Thank you. I'll pass it on to, I'm sorry if I butcher your name, to 11 Shang. 11 Shang? Is that how you pronounce it?
Hello, everyone. My name is 11. I'm from Chengdu, China. I just speak a little bit of English. Okay, next please.
Okay, I can jump in here. 谢谢你 11. Yeah,
actually, I'm going to break it off because I forgot to record when we were starting, and then I'll pass it back to you for intros after I introduce the room for the recording. So sorry, 1 second.
Fair enough, no problem. That's why I'm doing this.
Recording in progress.
Hey everyone, welcome to the community room of the Eden Elections Day. Here we're gonna have an opening ceremony in about 24 minutes, but before that, we're just gonna have quick 20-30 second intros of who you are, what you're excited about today, and then pass it to somebody else. We have a lot to go on and to talk about, and as more people join, we might cut this off sooner. So with no further ado, I actually want to pass it back to Martin. He was doing his intro before I cut him off. And then you can send it to someone else to do theirs, and we'll just keep going around and see how many people we can get through. So Martin, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks for hosting today and seeing our election. I'm excited for today a lot. We have participants, 140 are registered. I'm excited to see how many will show up after all. We're an international community, and yeah, it's going to be, I think it's the 5th one that we're having today, 5th one of the Eden elections, the political playoffs process. And yeah, excited for this one. I'm lucky that I'm in Europe. For us, it's now 1 p.m. So I congratulate everybody who stayed up late or got up early, and give it up to Kevin, who is in Mexico.
Hey, what's up, guys? I did my intro back ago, but it wasn't recorded, so I'm gonna redo it just so that it can stay on the record. But hello, everybody. My name is Kevin, also known as Chefs. I'm over here in Mexico, and I've been in crypto almost 6 years ago since I got scammed 6 Bitcoin. That's my intro to crypto. And from there, I learned about EOS. From the very beginning, I participated in the ICO. And yeah, I've been in the community ever since. I'm pretty excited for this Eden political playoff. It's the first one I'm participating, and pretty cool to see that there's a lot of people also participating. So let's see how it goes. I'm gonna pass it off to 11, back at it again.
Hey 11，你中间给我们说一下你今天参加，为什么你参加？因为之前我们还没录音，所以我们从头开始，好不好？
可以。Hello everyone. My name is 11. I'm from Chengdu, China. I just speak a little bit of English, so I came to vote today. Okay, next please.
你写下一个人在参加那个录音，所以你说他的名字，所以他以后来。
说谁的？
随便你可以唱一个。
哦，关老师来了吗？我不知道。你说我说一个要参加的人是吧？名字是吧？
对对对，已经参加了的人有很多，你看。
哦，看一下。要
I'm at a loss here of how to facilitate because I don't know what's going on. But I'm assuming there's a little bit of confusion. So I'm just going to pass it to someone else to keep doing with the intros. So I'll actually send it over to Luke. Just do a quick 20-second intro of who you are and then pass it on.
Hey, what's
And
up,
what
everybody?
you're excited about for the Eden election day. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you. I joined a little bit late, so I'm not sure to pass it on. My name is Luke Stokes. I've been part of the EOS community since before mainnet launch, actually, with EOS Stack. I currently work with FIO, the Foundation for Interwallet Operability, which is an EOSIO based platform trying to make crypto easier to use. And I'm providing everyone that's part of Eden with FIO addresses. I'm very excited about the potential for new governance models on a layer 1 chain and the EOS election process, the Eden election process being a forefront of exploring those models. As to who to pass it off to,
I'll take that over. I
you got it. Thank you.
Be a sticky point, so I will send it over to Dan.
Cool. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, everybody. I'm Dan St. Joy, and I'm very happy to be here at this election. I've been a community member in EOS for the past 5 years or so, and I participated in all the past 5 official elections. And I also host the Eden Fractal and Eden Town Halls every week too. And I'm very passionate and inspired community member. I'm very inspired by everybody who's here. So thank you so much, everybody. And I'm looking forward to having a great election.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. We'll send it to Winfred.
Happy Eden! My name is Winfred. I'm with the ENF. I work in marketing growth. And yeah, I got really fascinated by Eden and, just hearing all the talk about the ESPX, and I decided to join. First election, not the last, and happy to be here. Good luck to everyone.
Awesome. Then I'll send it up to Lenny.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Been up for a while here. Been in all elections so far, including trial elections. Look forward to this one. I think this one is more important than anyone have been yet, because we are a little bit in a pivot to decide how to go forward, and I sure look forward to it. And yeah, been in blockchain and stuff since early 2017, but those who have seen me, heard me write something, read something, they know who I am and what I stand for. And I'll pass it to, now I came in a bit late. Shall I pass it to Max? You haven't been up.
Go for it. Max.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to see you, every guys. I'm not a English native speaker, so I'm trying your conversation every day, trying your communication, and then my participate in EOSIO and EOS mainnet. So my acknowledgement, Genesis transaction, my name. So all everyday communication, you guys and all Korean communities. And strong don't lead. Let's fucking do it. Go.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could pass it to Nadine to your right if you'd like. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Nadim, I feel pretty good. New country, new continent, traveling a lot the last days. And yeah, it's my second time with the Eden election. I'm very into the regenerative refi space. So you will see me there all around, and yeah, I'm very grateful for what Eden is doing and the EOS platform and all these beautiful faces that I can see here. Thank you so much for all of you. Back to Reiki.
Thanks, Nadeem. I will send it to you, Jenny.
Hi, my name is Evgeny. I'm from Russia. It's Christmas here today, so happy Christmas to everybody. And today here is minus 30 degrees here. I'm involved in development of Russian-speaking community, EOS community, and I have been following EOS since ICO. I came here from BitShares. That's all. Thank you. Next, let be Luca. Maybe.
Thanks, you, Jenny. I can help you pass it. I'll send it to Hernan.
Hey guys, happy election day. I'm just on my way to get into my setup, so this is just an iPhone intro. I'm a founder of EOS Israel and EOS Starter. I've been with EOS since the beginning, very passionate EOS community member. And yeah, I've been there one delegate a couple of times. I've been participating in all elections. I'm super passionate about Eden and what we're trying to build here. So I wish us all a very successful election day. I know that the best delegates will be chosen out of this process. So I'm passing it over to who hasn't spoken. Maybe
I'll pass it, Hernan. And for those who are just showing up,
okay,
we're just doing quick who you are and something you're excited about for the day today before we head to the ceremony, which is going to kick off in 14 minutes. So we'll keep with those intros. So feel free to get yourself ready as well when you're called on. And I will send it over to JG Kim.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I'm JG Kim from Korea. I'm an NFT artist, but recently I couldn't make a work for personal reason. And today is my 5th time in the election. I hope we can constantly create the EOS ecosystem. It is cool because the people gather together in the process of making EOS better. I hope all you all do well and work hard for EOS growth. Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
Thank you. We'll send it to Joost.
Yeah, thank you, Raki. Nice to be here. My first election, so I'm curious to see how it's going to go. I've been in the decentralization and distributed authority and governance for about a decade. I'm curious to see what's happening here. It's my 1 a.m. here, so bear with me if I'm not really responding as quickly as I should. Cheers. I'll hand it back to Raki.
Yes, the beauty of these global calls is you're getting the whole spectrum of time zones. It's fantastic. Juan down.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. This is June,
June.
and
thank you. And please just correct me if I mispronounce your name. But anyway, sorry, back to June.
No problem.
And for some reason, you got muted.
You have to.
We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. So yeah, this is June. Yeah, we're working on an EOS wallet and crypto on-ramp, and been working on EOS since Genesis. So great to see everybody old and new, and look forward to meeting, reconnecting with everybody that I know and the new people that I don't know. So yeah, really appreciate it. Yeah, been to Eden. I think this is my 4th time. I think I missed one. But yeah, really excited about how things have kind of progressed, and really excited about governance and DAOs. So this is, I think, incredible process that Larimer created, and so I think we could take this a lot further than I think it is where it is right now. So really appreciate it, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Jim. Maybe we'll send it to David Kelly.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
my sound's maybe playing up because I'm streaming from a mobile phone. So yeah, I've been in EOS from the start. I'm a Genesis token holder. I've followed a lot of projects throughout these last number of years, and I've kept fairly up to date with EOS. First time voting in Eden. I guess really because of this last few weeks, I felt, well, I maybe should try and vote now and see if it helps. Just looking forward to having a good election and hopefully getting some nice chief delegates that work for the community.
Awesome. Thanks, David. I will send it to Michael Boomer. Michael B. Maybe not hearing me, so I'll send it to Brandon Lovejoy.
Hey everybody, good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are. This is Lovejoy. Yeah, Genesis EOS token holder. I'm with the ENF as communications manager. And yeah, this is the 5th election I will have been a part of. And it's a very monumental undertaking, I think, that we're all engaged in here. This is a incredible opportunity we have today, and I hope everyone has a good election. So I'm still waking up. It's still really early. I don't have a lot of words at the moment, so carry on.
Thanks, Brandon. And Brandon will also be co-hosting this session today. So when you do wake up, let me know and you can.
Got to get some tea in me.
Perfect. And then passing it to Ite. And maybe you can pronounce your name better than I can.
It's good enough. Itai, Ite, it's fine. Good afternoon from Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm in the crypto space since 2017. I'm working in education of this field to others and very excited to understand how this consensus model works, this new governance protocol. Very excited to teach people about it. I see a lot of potential, but today I'll be humble. My first time, I'm here to listen, participate slowly. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually today we have more first-time participants than recurring participants. So today will be a very interesting election as we're growing quite a bit. And I suspect that's going to keep happening since Eden's only a community of 400 and something. These are very early days, so I think we need to get used to a lot of rapid growth if we're succeeding. So a lot of elections with a lot of new people is kind of the point. But that also means that if you're here right now, you're at the very beginning of this. So it kind of behooves us, and it's our opportunity for us to really understand how the process works so we could teach all the new people that are coming in. Because we'll be the ones that'll be the more, I guess I want to say veteran is maybe the word I want to use, participants in the election rooms. So when the election rooms open, a lot of people might not actually know what's going on, and it might be their first time. So if you're part of this call right now, there's only 40 of us in this group that'll be going through before the elections, but there's 140 participating. So we might need to be prepared for people to be showing up to not necessarily know what's going on. And during the actual ceremony that will kick off, we'll speak a little bit more to that on some room facilitation structure and how we might hold the space there. But anyway, planting that seed, I will keep it going around with introductions. Let's send it over to Gabriel.
Hi there, folks. Looking a little smarter than I usually do in the middle of the jungle property that I recently bought as an experiment in decentralized governance and in the crypto industry since 2017. Attracted more into Eden because of this spirited drive towards how do we do decentralized governance through a blockchain ecosystem. And so I'm very, very excited. I've participated in, I think I missed the first one. So looking forward to the show today. Got here a few minutes late. Not sure that Winfred has.
She has. We've heard from her beautiful voice, so I'll send it over to Michael B because his mic's working.
Hey there, hey community. I guess been in Eden since it has been conceived. Looking forward to participating in the rounds. I would say my goal in the Eden process today is going to be more geared towards. I look at Eden as a decentralized governance tool, and so further adding to the this tool, like Luca has done with his latest bot edition. So far, I am blown away by that. But yeah, essentially, continuing to move forward on the bylaws, and I think the proxy is also important, and really looking forward to having discussion with the other Eden members. I know we've grown a lot, and when I heard 140, my jaw dropped. So let's see if we actually have 140 show up. But yeah, that's the number on the screen when you sign in. So glad to be here.
Awesome. We'll pass it over to Theb, and please pronounce your name if I'm mispronouncing it. Or is that an Iheb Nasobi? Yep.
Hello everyone. I am Nasobi from my fourth time to participate in Eden. So I'm with pleasure to participate in Eden election.
Awesome. Great to have you. And we'll send it over to Sebastian from EOS support.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
We got you.
All right. Yeah, my name is Sebastian. I was part of the EOS Genesis community as well as the Genesis Eden. Like not the Genesis Eden, but I took part in the first real election. I'm looking forward to today. I think it's going to be very groundbreaking in the direction of that EOS on Eden on EOS will be taking in the next few months. And I'm looking forward to meeting everybody and exchanging ideas and thoughts. And I hope everybody will enjoy it as well. That's my part.
Awesome. Thanks, Sebastian. Maybe we'll send it to Stefan.
Hey, everyone. Excited to be here. Excited to see some faces I haven't seen before. That's always fun. Quick question for Brandon. Is there a streaming plan going on? I sent you a message there in our chat. Maybe we want to coordinate that in there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Reiki is able to connect with from his Zoom. There was a bit of a miscommunication last night.
Quick technical bit. We decided not to stream. It's super freaking early for a lot of people right now anyway. So some of the streaming people just didn't wake up for it.
We're ready to go for the streaming. We
Sweet.
Just need you guys to give us a stream key if you want us to stream to your YouTube channel, or we'll stream it to our YouTube channel.
Oh, cool. So yeah, what information do you need? Just put it in the chat, and then anyone who can provide that information, just respond directly to you also in chat. And we can get this thing moving forward.
All right. Well,
I can also make you a co-host, so you have some capabilities here.
It's actually going to be Yana streaming. I'm not sure if she's in just yet.
I don't think she's.
Where does the streaming key? Where do you grab that from? Is that an inside Zoom thing?
No, it's a YouTube channel thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
but so that would imply we're already streaming to the YouTube channel, and that would imply that Reiki has login credentials for that YouTube on his computer that he's using right now.
It needs to be a YouTube channel that exists, and we need to log into it, and then you give us the stream key, and then we can feed the stream to that channel. If not, whatever, when the election starts, or maybe like when Yana gets online, we'll just stream it to our EOS Nation channel for now, we can add more channels.
Stephane, she's already on under stream.
She's on the stream. I couldn't
So
see
do I need to give stream? Here, I'll give co-host permission there too.
It's already streaming, by the way, on the EOS Nation channel. I just read in chat and Yana said, or I think that's Yana, but stream said that it's already streaming.
I'm already streaming. There you go. Good.
Thank you, Yana.
There you go. We're already streaming. Perfect.
All right. Well, stream, since you're there, do you want to do a quick intro / are you participating in the elections? Thank you. Thank you for streaming and providing that service. Awesome. So we are 2 minutes after when we're going to start the ceremony and actually introduce what's going on here and ask questions. So if you have any clear or key complete misunderstandings of what's going on here, please put your hand up, because if you have a big question like that, likely others do as well. If you're really interested in doing an introduction and you feel left out, if you can't, also please put your hand up. And if you have anything you want to share, please put your hand up. And I will get to hands in as quick of an order as I'll be able to. Well, there's only one hand up, so this might be easy. So we'll go to the first hand, CAC.
Yes, I have a question. So is the election starting in 30 minutes or in an hour and a half? The times are confusing for me.
Starts in 30 minutes.
Because on the election page, it has it set for me for an hour and a half from now. The community room opens in 30 minutes and the election starts in an hour and a half.
So if there's a bug in the UI,
that there's a bug in the UI. Yeah. Does someone know more about that they want to speak to it?
Yeah. So it's just on chain. It has it that the room starts. The election officially starts 1300 UTC. There's a countdown timer on the homepage of the member portal. Just go by that countdown timer. That has been accurate across all UIs.
I've got a question, but I don't know how to put my hand up.
Okay, go for it, Steph.
Just wondering if we've done the math on how much of the treasury layer 1s are going to get and layer 2s are going to get. I ran some math earlier this morning, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. So we've got 11% per month distribution, if I understand correctly. Half of that goes to layer ones, or level ones. Half of that goes to level 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then according to my math, level 1 should get about 930 EOS per month, and level 2 should get about 6,100 EOS per month, in case you guys were curious.
That's if we don't have any stalemate rooms.
Yeah, minimum. Exactly. Exactly. Minimum.
So we can find a lot of consensus today. That's what it looks like. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Stefan. Anyone else with something before we kick off the opening ceremony? Okay, well, if anything comes up at any point, please put your hand up. These are community-run rooms, so let me share one thing that I think will be really great for us. So this is just a suggestion. You can riff off of any of this, but I want to provide people who like structure that when you show up to the group, the election room, that the first thing you do as participants is you find consensus on how you're going to structure that room. And it might be just a quick agreement that we're going to follow what was presented here today, or maybe there's a better idea, or you guys co-create an idea right there on the spot of how you're actually going to hold space in that room. And ideally, this happens in less than a minute. Because that's, I think, how we're going to have, we're going to encourage more democratic rooms if we have a structure that people are meant to follow, rather than leaving it open for dominant personalities to take over. So here's one idea of a room facilitation. So they're about 40 minutes to an hour sessions. So also depending on how many people get added to your room, you're going to go on the lower end or the higher end to give an equal amount of time for each person for each one of these major sections. So this is one suggestion, is one major section is the intros. So this is where you actually present your platform if you have one. So you put 20 minutes, which is half the room time if it's 40-minute rooms, right? Which is what we've been doing in the past with Zoom rooms being only 40 minutes, which is why we actually set that limit to begin with, as far as I've been told. So anyway, the first 20 minutes is introductions. Who are you and what do you want to do? So get a little bit of background on yourself, but not too long. What do you want to bring to Eden? So that's obviously what we're trying to co-decide here, is what's the best stuff that Eden wants to bring to itself across the community. And then if you're running as a delegate, so you want to make that clear. So some people are running, some people aren't. Some people are here to participate in the governance process and select a delegate for themselves and make sure whatever you're wanting to see happen is brought into your delegate so they know about it. And if that's the case, then this is when you want to introduce that. You can say, I am not running, but I'm really interested in these 3 points. So my delegate, who I'm going to select in this room, is going to represent those 3 pieces. And that might be a time to introduce what's really important to you. Because the next 10 minutes is then about consensus building. So after every person in that room's had a chance to hear from everyone else what's really important to them, now the game changes to how can I integrate all of those into my proposal or into one proposal? Because this is how we go about building consensus, is having one view that represents as many of the views as possible. So then there's another 10-minute round. So this is about 1 to 2 minutes, where each person has a chance to share a different platform that, hold on, let me mute that. They have a chance to prepare a platform that is an attempt at consensus. So this is when you get to share, yep, this is all the 5 ideas I just heard into one. This is how I think I can integrate it. And this is why I might be a good delegate to represent you all. So there's one round of people all being able to share that. And there's no responses yet. In either of these rounds, there's no talking back and forth, because that ends up being dominant between 2 people having a conversation and everyone else watching. So in these things, it's really just meant to be each person speaks once, it goes around in a circle, and moves to the next section. Each person speaks once, it goes around in a circle. And then the final 10 minutes is then the open voting. So after everyone's had a chance to present a new platform, how they think they can bring consensus, now everyone's going to go in a circle and say who they're voting for and why they're voting for that person. So it could be, I'm voting for myself because I think I'm most capable XYZ, or I'm voting for this other person because I really like their platform and these are my reasons. And then that goes around in a circle, and that's just going to keep happening until you guys either find consensus or until time runs out. So people can change their votes after someone's like, yep, I'm voting for this person for these reasons. It's like, oh yeah, I really like those reasons. But in every one of these sections, we don't have back and forth talking. We just have people being able to present their logic, their reasoning, their why, and then it just keeps going in a circle. So if you have questions, you can take your time to share that, but it's still, someone's going to have to go back to their time before they answer your question. So really try to avoid that back and forth dialogue in these groups, because we really don't have a lot of time. So this is one suggestion for room facilitation. Does anyone else have any ideas on this pattern? Any part where they feel like it's really broken, or that they would change it or evolve it, that they would like to share with the group? / any comments or feedback about this? Because if anyone thinks it's a really bad idea, I'd really love to hear from you. CAC, is that a new hand or your old hand?
It's a new one.
Go for it.
I agree with this, but one thing I'm sure most people here will probably agree with me is everybody needs to get on camera at some point, at the beginning at least. We've had that problem last election and the election prior, and I think that's a big issue.
It's a good reminder. You'll want to be on camera during your round, otherwise it's going to be somewhat problematic.
So this was a proposed new bylaw that in the bylaws that you must have your camera on. So if the next CDs do ratify the new proposed bylaws, you may get removed if you vote without your camera on through the dispute resolution process.
Awesome. Thanks for all of that. Lenny, you got your hand up.
Yeah, just 2 tips. One, early on decide who will guide, an MC for the room, you know, if someone you know is good at it or similar. Secondly, don't wait with the actual placing of vote if you already know in the end of it, like after 20-30 minutes, because it's happening every time so far that in the end, some almost miss out. It becomes a rushy judgment. Let's do this. And that's not how it's supposed to be. So if you're firm after 20-30 minutes, put it up. You can always change it later on. Thanks.
Yeah, really great suggestions. And again, there's 54 of us now. That's pretty good. So about a third, a little over a third actually, of the participants signed up for the election. So there's a good chance that 2/3 of the people showing up to elections rooms don't have any idea of how to facilitate a room or a suggestion that was just shared here. So it might be up to us, if you were part of this, to be like, hey, in the ceremony, we were told about a way of holding space for a room. I know about it. So then it might be your role, if you're on this call right now, to actually help people understand what the room facilitation looks like, and to do what I'm doing in this room right here and facilitate it, calling people to speak, help make sure it goes around in a circle, and make sure there's no back and forth chatter that can derail a conversation and waste a bunch of time. Thoughts, reflections, feedback on this a little bit more before we keep going.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Kevin.
How are votes placed? Will be through the Lucas bot?
No, so maybe we should have a technical discussion right after this. I can just kind of go through what people can expect. But no, not through the bot. It's through the UI.
I think that's a great idea. Let's definitely do a walkthrough as part of this ceremony process. So we'll do that whole thing. And Brandon, maybe you can take that. So then before we go on, just any questions about that room facilitation before we shift topics?
Yeah. Hi, guys. I want to chime in real quick. If you're planning on running, it's important that you vote for yourself. And that's a way to signal to other people in the room that you are actually running in this round. So one of those steps is if vote for yourself if you're running, and it's required that you vote for yourself for you to be elected, because people can't just select you. You have to be willing to be elected, and you signaled that by voting for yourself. So if you're running, don't forget to vote for yourself. Step 1.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because in some Democratic circles, they actually say don't vote for yourself because you really want to know if the community likes you or not. So some people have a cultural perspective to not vote for yourself. So thank you for sharing that. It's definitely part of this culture to vote for yourself and agree to want to move on, or otherwise you cannot, even if everyone wants you to.
I'd also add a suggestion there, if I may, that although yes, you should vote for yourself if you want to become elected, especially if this is your first election participating, there's a lot of value in reaching consensus, right? So take into consideration that if there are 2 or more people running and no one is willing to change their original vote for themselves, then the probabilities are that group would not reach consensus. In that case, no one of the group will become a delegate. So I strongly suggest everyone to have a strong priority for reaching consensus within your group. Even if that implies maybe changing your original vote for yourself, if you decide that, yes, I'll prioritize consensus and vote for another delegate.
Lenny.
Lenny, unmute.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Lenny.
Just a short word. I do not agree from experience. It's not a good idea. This is then a decision. Are we going for consensus or are we going for individual, views? So I'm not agreeing with that idea. Thanks, Hannah.
With what idea specifically, on the strive to reach consensus at all costs perspective, or?
Yes,
no,
correct.
Not at all
correct.
costs.
Because if I'm in a room,
to give it a value,
Mm-hmm.
to give it assign a value to reaching consensus, whereas just staying, I just suggest not going the route of, or if it's not me, then I won't vote for anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll just jump in real quick on that. Like, sure, I agree. I think the goal should be to find somebody, a representative from your group that can represent the group, ideally. If there are 2 really polarizing figures in the group and you don't feel comfortable putting either of them forward, there is value. I would say this is maybe somewhat controversial, but I believe there is value in not reaching consensus at times. So not reaching consensus means no one from that group will advance to the next round. And depending on your perspective as a participant in that group, that could be a benefit to Eden as a whole by not seeding governance with people that cannot, work with each other, work civilly and try to reach consensus. So it's up to everyone in the group to make the decision about who they vote for and if they vote. So yeah.
Brandon, I couldn't agree more that in a physical sense, that's called screening or filtering, and that requires work, and that work has value. I agree.
Yeah, and just to, I guess, parrot that, I had read that as being one of the explicit features of this process, that you screen out those who can't find consensus. So if it is polarizing figures, this is a process to actually screen polarizing figures out of our governance systems. So I'd call that a feature, not a bug. But this is also, we're figuring this out real time. Mockingbird, you have your hand up, and then after this, we're going to do a walkthrough of what to expect.
Yeah, I've participated in every Eden election. Fractal Genesis, most of those. Eden Fractal weekly, and some of the other Fractal like Alien Worlds and BitShares. And I got to say, finding consensus hasn't really been an issue, but kind of seems to be. And I don't think it's just about the money that was donated or sent over to the account. And it's an interesting topic. I don't think we spent this much time on it. I'm glad we're getting that done now.
There's a lot of huge topics up right now, and that was going to be something else I was going to share. And if we had time for it, I'd actually like to set the stage for as many of the ones that we've been able to gather. So actually think about that. If you know that there's some big topics on the table today for what the next delegates need to be considering, start thinking about that right now. And at the very end of this, before we go into the rooms, we can share all of those things to kind of seed the stage. But immediately, I actually want to shift it over to Brandon. You mentioned doing kind of a walkthrough of what to expect in the elections, kind of from a technical point of view. Love to give you the stage to go over that, give everyone an idea of what to expect here in about 11 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm open to any support from Xavier and any other people that are really technically familiar with the contract as we go through. But essentially, my recommendations to get started are, for sure, make sure you have the UI open, you're logged in. If you're not logged in, you're going to have to figure out how to get logged back in again. So don't clear your cache or do anything crazy right now on your computer. So make sure you're logged into the UI, because that's how you're going to be navigating through the election. You're going to see what room you're in. You're going to see who's in the room with you, and you're going to be able to interact right there on the Eden election page. If you click on the election tab, that's where you want to be. As soon as the groups are formed, you'll see there more information than you see now. So stay tuned on that page. Also be in the Telegram room. So the Eden members only Telegram room is a good place if you can't, for whatever reason, get into your room. You don't have a link, and you're trying to find your way into the room that you were assigned. That can happen sometimes, and that you need a little help. So just ask there in that chat, and a number of people will be paying attention there in the Eden members channel to help you out. So, and if you're in a group and you're missing somebody, you've 10 minutes before the round really begins at the beginning. So just kind of maybe, see if you can make contact with people in your group, at least figure out what their Telegram handles are, and just be on top of that. So when the time comes, if somebody doesn't show up, you can reach out to them and maybe pass that Zoom link onto them from your breakout room. Yeah, so once the rooms are formed, there'll be 10 minutes before the round begins. And then I'm a little foggy now. I think the rounds last 40 minutes, right? And it's been I've done this my fifth time.
I can jump in here. There's a countdown timer of 40 minutes. And then when that timer goes to 0, you have an extra 10 minutes to put your votes in.
There you go. Yeah. So you don't have to race to decide to the very last minute of the timer, but it is a good idea to get your votes in, before you absolutely have to. You don't want to be down to the last minutes if you can help it. Another good reason to self-vote in case you are actually running.
So then with that, just to make that really explicit, so before you join a room, if you're running, just vote for yourself right at the beginning. And then as you go in a circle and people are sharing it, you can start voting right from the beginning, and you can change it a bunch of times. So voting throughout the round is just a signaling process. It can show, oh, it's moving in favor of this person. Oh, no, it just shifted in favor of that person. It can kind of go back and forth, but it is a signaling process. So keep doing it. Vote 100 times. It's the benefit of being on EOS. There's not a fee every time you vote on chain. So feel free to do it a bunch. Anyway, back to Brandon.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is make sure you have your wallet of choice open, preferably Anchor. I don't know if any other wallets are currently functional for this process. Correct me if I'm wrong. You probably want to have your Anchor wallet open. Some people have had success on mobile. I've just used desktop. So whatever works for you, just make sure you're signed into the account that you're going to need to sign that transaction with when you do vote, because it'll do the pop-up to ask you to authenticate the transaction and everything. And you want to be able to do that pretty quickly without taking your attention away and figuring a bunch of stuff out in the meanwhile. Yeah, and that's kind of the three main things. Is I would just, make sure you're logged in the UI, make sure your wallet's open, make sure you're logged into the community room in case, on Telegram, in case anything comes up and you need support. And feel free to reach out to me or anyone else like in the community that you're, close with, that you have good contact with, that you think might be able to support you also. Jesse, did I miss anything crucial to know for the technical side of participation?
Sounds good.
Or
But
Javier?
I've got one last thing. So once the round is over, it's important that we upload videos, recordings of those rounds. A lot of people go ahead and do that right away after the election, and we see a huge spike in traffic because these videos are several hundred megabytes in size. We don't necessarily need to upload the videos as soon as the round's over. We have 2 weeks time to upload those videos, and unfortunately, there is some rate limiting to some of the APIs we're using. For example, the Atomic Assets APIs has a rate limit, and we don't really control that. So sometimes we hit some rate limits, and site loading can be affected. So we don't have to upload the videos right after the election. We can wait until the election's over, and then we can upload the videos. And that helps us kind of not overload the servers with a bunch of traffic. So that's just another note. There's a window to upload those videos.
And one more thing about the video upload, another update or proposed update to the bylaws is that if you win the round, you are responsible for uploading the video of that round. That is an update in the bylaws, proposed update.
I'll just add to that a good practice for any room is to have multiple people recording, just so there's a backup. So I would recommend for sure, if you want to be elected, you should try to record, and then, just make sure there's a couple other people recording if possible, so that you don't end up without a recording. Anything else that I'm not thinking of for?
While the winner is responsible for uploading, can anyone upload if they have it?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone can upload, but the winner could, if they don't have a video, they can reach out to others in the group to make sure that at least one copy of the video gets uploaded.
Yeah, there's two models there. One was the carrot model. So that's what Jesse was, stick, where there's a punishment. You were making it required that if you do get elected, you have to make sure the video gets uploaded. So that's part of a bylaw change if it goes through. The second one that we heard talked about was that you could earn an NFT if you do upload it. So let's add a carrot. So that we don't try to force this, we say everyone can upload it, because having 5 or 6 or 7 copies of the same thing is just actually better. It's more distributed, it's more secure, et cetera, et cetera. So why not have everyone upload it? So there's two sides that we could approach that with. But anyway, we have about 3 minutes before we get going. Any other questions for Brandon about what to expect for the election? All right, so just a quick reminder, because we had a whole bunch of new people join us. We're up to 73 now, so that's more than half of all participants. That's good. That means there's a very good likelihood that every room is going to have someone who attended this in it. So that first 10 minutes before the room officially starts, that is your time to, one, send invites to everyone else who's supposed to be there on Telegram. If they're not, try to get as many people to the room there as possible. Because again, only half of us is in this call, so who knows? The second thing is then to agree on a facilitation model and who's going to facilitate it. So please pick one person that plays that facilitator role. They call on themselves to speak, but just make sure that there's no back and forth talking, and that we are going in circles and giving everyone equal opportunity to share their platform and discuss. So the first 10 minutes is making sure everyone's there and deciding on a structure of how you're going to do the rest of the 40 minutes. CC, you have your hand up.
Yes, I got a question. We're using, well, I guess we are using Zoom, but whoever creates the room, do they have to have a paid account? And what is there a limit for free accounts when it comes to recording time?
There's a 40-minute limit for free accounts, and anyone can record, I think, with the free account. You just need to assign, or no, shoot, I forget how that works. I think.
Yeah, that's true. You can allow people to record to their local computer.
Yeah. So anyway, right.
And if you're the one that generates that Zoom link, you will be the host.
That's right. So if you may decide optionally also to just pause a moment. If you're like, don't be the first one to click, to generate the link. If you don't have a paid Zoom account, that might be of benefit to the group. If someone else generates it, that does, but it's not necessary.
So we're about 1 minute before it kicks off. So I'm actually going to show everyone real time on mine what to expect, what's going to look like, and what to click on. So see this transform here in a minute. Any other questions? Or Brandon, you have anything to share?
Oh, just thanks to the Adenia crew and everyone helping behind the scenes to pull all the levers throughout the election that makes this all go, because it's not trivial. And yeah, really appreciate everyone's help there. Lenny says, all the best to all. Indeed. Be good to one another. That's all.
Hi, everyone.
Wish I had some music to play, but I wasn't able to get my Steph Worthy soundboard set up quite going this early.
Well, I'm in my room just to report, so others should come online soon.
Long
The room already popped up.
I'll get some music going for us. Why not?
Hey, yeah, we have our first groups.
All right, perfect. So this is what it's going to look like. So you're going to see who is in your round. You're going to see a get meeting link. So like Brandon was just talking about, if you have a paid Zoom, feel free to just click this pretty quickly and do everyone a service. If not, just please click this within the next few minutes anyway. And that's what's going to generate the link. I'm not going to do it because let me turn this off actually. That's going to bother us now because I'm using my Zoom link right now. So any questions on what to expect here? And then after you click this, it's going to pop up with the Zoom link. So and then just click on that and you're ready to go. So everyone feel free to do that. And you can start leaving this community room whenever you have your Zoom links.
Man.
Is anyone having trouble issues or we're all figuring it out?
Well, look at the link.
I'm pretty sure I made the meeting link right now, but it's not grayed out. Is it emailed to me or something? Is it not created right there? Because it's grayed out now.
It'll just kick everyone into the group once the round starts, which is going to be in
one question.
8 more minutes.
I'm a paid member. I'm running on my paid account right now. And it says you're about to add EOS Genesis after a click, and I have to give permissions and nicely stuff. Is that part of the system?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that means no one is there already, so we'll see what happens.
Can we drop off once we get our links?
Drop off of
This call?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll have to be in, once you're in that other room, you'll have to leave this room anyway, but you can leave early if you want.
And I will come back and open this back up after I'm out of the other room. Actually, this will stay open on my phone, so never mind. This room will stay open. Feel free to come back to this at any time. And
you have to sign in twice. Sign into the Zoom link twice. But what I had to do, just so you're aware.
You're not the one creating the Zoom link. Do you have to link your accounts?
Yeah, I'm encountering a weird issue with that too. I'm not really sure.
I can't, I don't know.
Okay, you have to click twice. You have to click twice. It bounces you back to your software, and then you click it again, and then it actually asks if you can share again. So one click is not enough. So you get kicked back to the main breakout group.
Well, no, I did that a few times, and then it grayed out. So I did the click throughs, and then
yeah, I think somebody else must have done it while you were trying. That's what happened with me. Because I'm on a team Zoom plan, and others in the ENF may also be experiencing the same thing. I wasn't actually able to generate the link because I need to request authorization, which I've never experienced before. So that may be a thing if you're on a Zoom plan that is part of a larger org or something.
It's very delay. I get join meeting button activates when the round starts. Is that in part of a 10 minutes?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't find my room link.
Well, there's not a room link yet.
Hey guys, quick question.
It's great.
My computer's acting out, so can I do all of the steps through the mobile web interface, right?
You should be able to. Yeah.
As long as you can
like voting and stuff.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kevin, you're in my room. I can, in case you don't see the Zoom link, I can share the Zoom link with you on Telegram later.
Awesome. I actually sent you a message.
Cool.
So yeah, that's cool.
Hey
Actually,
guys, I not have a league room because I'm not a paid Zoom, and others people doesn't appear.
We're having a minor problem in our group as well. So 2 people weren't able to link their Zoom.
Yeah,
because the admin doesn't have permission for that. Their company accounts, and now the button to join meeting is grayed out, so they can't link a different account.
I think if it's grayed out, it means someone else probably did it from the room, in which case I'm hoping that when the round starts, you'll get a Zoom link that you can just join, but the permission isn't letting us initiate the room. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a wrench in our plan because this was the 10 minutes we suggested to do all the technical stuff. But apparently the link doesn't activate until 4 more minutes. So we'll find out here in about 4 minutes what to suggest for you guys to do.
The worst case scenario, the bot is working and letting up rooms and stuff. Lucas bot. Yes, I do that on the sideline here.
Then I love that. Yeah, I mean, we can get started in those groups and come to the Zoom rooms when they're ready. So, but I would still say to stick with Zoom as the official one, because that's what the UI is going to deliver people.
Can't,
Sorry.
just a real quick plug. Yeah.
Go, Michael.
I was going to say this is highlighting one of the key ideas that I have, which is integrating a peer-to-peer decentralized solution like Keat.io, which I know Keat is centralized at this point, but something like that, maybe on Noister. But I'll talk about it in my rooms. Bye. Good luck, everyone.
Thanks, Michael.
I want to know that I'm trying to log in. Maybe need a few minutes. How long should we start? I'm trying log in the wallet now.
So what we're being told is that the join meeting button that you see being grayed out on screen right now for me is going to open up in 3 minutes. And we're going to find out in 3 minutes if that's the case or not. So just hang tight for a few minutes and we'll see if this opens. Joost.
Yeah, I linked my Zoom account and I can actually, when I log into Zoom, I can go into the room. There I find the link to the right room. So if you're the one that linked your account, you can go into your Zoom account, log in there, and you can find the meeting there and share that with your peers.
Yeah, and then you can get started right away by just coming to here. You can see who's supposed to be in your room. You can open up their profiles and then see their Telegram handles or Twitter or whatever, and you can send them a message. So that is one way for those who are able to create the link to get started right now. Lenny, do you still have something, or you got your
Well, actually, I tried to do it on the phone, but I don't carry any passwords there for Anchor and stuff. So therefore, I'm trying this now. I see 3 minutes left for meeting going into my own Zoom. I'm going to try Telegram on desktop now.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, concerns before we get going in here? Brandon, you got something?
I'm just making sure nothing is, hold on.
Okay, it looked like you're about to say something. Never mind.
No.
The host normally needs to give permission that the others can start recording locally, and this option is hidden somewhere.
Oh
if you
yeah,
click
that's
on
true also, yeah.
participants.
That's another good note that we should have included, but I think hopefully people are familiar enough with Zoom.
Yeah, there's the 68 of us in here. Please deliver this message to your groups that whoever's hosting the Zoom channel or Zoom chat rather needs to get permission for people to be able to record.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm getting from Anchor now a pending signing request, and it doesn't specify what it is. I don't want to click it.
There is an
That's an
action.
issue. I think that's an issue with a bot. I think that's an issue with a bot, and I'm just not adventurous.
I generated the link.
You know, we don't know if it's yours for sure, 100%. I don't have any codes, any reference except pending signing request. That's all I know. Could be any.
I signed the transaction to generate the link. So
all right, y'all, it should be open now. Check in the UI. There's a join meeting button.
See you there, guys.
Should be there, guys. Now.
Are you talking? Oh, hang on. I was talking about Telegram.
Adios.
Hello, somebody should help me. I can't get the link.
Recording in progress. This does work.
Awesome. Kevin in the house. What's up, guys? How are y'all doing?
Hey, guys.
Nice, nice.
All right, we're going to leave this community chat because the join meeting button should be open for all of you. So I'm actually going to leave as well.
I can't see.
JP, show me camera. There you go. Love it. Hey, what's up, folks? Hey, what's up? So, what I can tell, we need to reach out to Vince and to Val. I can.
Recording stopped.
Hello. 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 Is there anybody here?
Everyone's in their breakout rooms or in a different Zoom account, I think.
Oh, is it? Did I miss the election?
I think they're happening now.
Damn it. Is there a room that needs to be filled that is missing one, maybe?
I think Eve just posted instructions. Does anyone have a link to the general Telegram group?
join my meeting.
Good morning. Hello, Michael. Michael.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. Thank you. So we wait here, or what is
Yeah, this is the water cooler.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
We wait here.
Yeah, I have passed my round. I have finished my round, and now I am here, waiting like a sheep.
Yeah, that's good.
Eh! Oh, hello, Nicolas.
Hi, Patrick. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Yeah,
I'm
nice.
fine, thank you.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Thank you to you too.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Max. Max.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah, hello, Max.
That's true.
So you have a good. Oh, hello, Nathan. Oh, hello, David.
Hello.
Hello, CAC, the best.
Our Zoom room just disappeared because it was a free account and we ran out of time.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We see you. It's okay. We have Denis. Perfect. We have Sebastian. We have Brandon. And we have Cipher Badger. Let's remind me something.
We're back. How was that for everyone? How's everyone feeling?
That was a baby moment. That was great.
Yeah, it's great for me. Yeah, it's great for us.
I feel so good. We are growing and the market is crashing. Like, hey, we are doing great things.
That's nice.
That's the spirit. Yeah.
Hey, I have a question.
Go for it.
If we're planning to use Zoom as a tool, why are we running on a free tool and get ejected?
Oh, wait. Could you ask that again? I didn't quite understand.
We had 40 seconds left on that meeting and got ejected.
Oh. And you got kicked out?
Yeah, those crucial seconds. Sorry,
Oh.
everybody.
Well, you're still in the UI, you can still vote. So go to the UI and the election tab and make sure that, you voted how you want to. That's about all you can do at this point.
My group was also limited by that free tier of Zoom.
Does it have to do with the person who creates the link or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't good at all. Like it's clearly an issue. Anyway.
So the counter and when you actually got kicked out did not agree with each other is the problem. You thought you had 40 seconds, but
Recording in progress.
you thought you had 40 seconds, but in fact you did not, and then you all got booted.
I mean, it's my bad. I got in late, but again, like it's crucial 42 seconds.
I know. Honestly, I'm in favor of us expanding the round length. The only difficulty is the reason that they chose this is because it allows us to use the free version of Zoom. And it's hard to know who's going to be in a room with who. So in fact, ideally, there's no way to know. So that makes it so everyone would need a paid version. Like one person from every group to create the link would need the paid version for it to go past 40 minutes. Or we switch to a different software, but that requires a lot of engineering.
There's still a way. Like you could have created all those rooms before, gives passcodes to all of those rooms, and then send all those links out to all those rooms prior to the meetings. You could have made a copy or use another.
I'm not gonna
anyway
divulge this conversation into how we fix this. This is definitely a topic pre-season, and hopefully a delegate is running on this and was selected to solve this, because as we're experiencing right now, it is a challenge. We did ask the community in a poll for the length of these election cycles, and an hour was on the short end. But that's an hour of actual communication time, and we were getting 40, not even 40 minutes today. So that is definitely a challenge for us to find consensus. So that is something that hopefully one delegate is running on. That was a lot. So what I would love to do right now is for us to be able to recap your experience in the room, some key takeaways, what you learned. If there was something big that you learned, or a challenge that you had, or something that you feel like would be really beneficial for all of us as a community to learn about, to hear about, please put your hand up and share. And so this could be a recap of the room, the biggest topics that were brought up that are really important for the Eden community to consider, any problems you had, etc. So if you have any of that, put your hand up and I will start calling on people in turn. So Mockingbird.
Sorry, I put my hand up before the no solution. I believe that all happens in an app anyway. We've been talking about for a while. As far as the process, things went pretty smoothly, though I think a lot of questions that people had could have been solved earlier. And again, probably with some sort of automated Q&A or something like that. So I think as we go, that'll be taken care of. Things like EOS power out, I think 2 people had an issue with. I thought we could have solved that. Little things like that. But otherwise, it went pretty well.
Awesome. Lenny.
Yeah, actually, we had 2 candidates, me and Hernan, and we both ran on the same thing, actually, governance and improving things a little bit, how things work and stuff like that. What saved me maybe ahead of other guys a little bit, besides maybe a bit more experience in it, was that Besson tricked me into now making recaps of each delegates' breakout rooms up to the leadership, CDs and delegates, so that we all know what they said, because I've been asking sometimes different delegates, okay, so what do they agree, your group, that was that in line with their thinking, but I never got any answers. And that's not a good idea. We're responsible to the community that we do what we say. But I think that edged me up a little bit there. So there was not much different issues. It was mainly governance, both of us. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Lenny. And a recap of how we're sharing. Please don't share about your particular platforms or campaigns. Not that you did, Lenny, just a reminder for people who are sharing. Please share like the big topics in the room, what the consensus was, what you feel like is really relevant for us to learn here. This is not a place for you to pitch yourself. This is a place to do shared learning and sense making together. So if you have that, again, please put your hand up. Thanks, Lenny. And last on that, I think the recaps would be really powerful. And 1, accountability, I think that's important. But 2, the sense making aspect. That's really what Eden's bringing out here is what are the challenges in the EOS community? That's what we're bubbling up through with this election process. So going and capturing a recap of all those rooms, could be really high quality sense making. So someone could watch a 2-hour recap and get months of understanding of what's happening in the EOS community, right? And also it's for delegates who are supposed to be guiding the Eden community, the EOS communities, to be able to understand what are all the challenges the community is facing. And these recaps could actually help identify all those challenges and our shares right now. Okay, so with all that being said, I'll pass it to Zach.
I just wanted to point out some more technical reasons. So the 40-minute time limit, way too short. I think like easily 20 more minutes would be amazing. I understand the Zoom limitations. We uncovered another Zoom limitation though with the recording. So I don't understand how this software is deciding who's the host, but like me as the one that seems to be moving forward, I wasn't able to record my own video, for example, because I was not host. It randomly assigned, I think, Sven to host in my group. So just another thing to kind of put forward, and we need to hopefully figure out a better solution for next time. And I have a couple ideas too that are during the meeting time. If we increase the timer before the meeting actually starts, we could break out into like maybe a text-based group and start doing the intros there. That way, by the time we jump into the call, if we only have a 40-minute cap on Zoom, perhaps that'll help. It'll extend the time to build consensus and do the intros. It wouldn't solve the recording problem, but technical, we need to figure out how to do better here with the video.
100%. And with the Eden upvote bot coming out, the elections will change next round anyway, with the help of Telegram and potential Telegram groups. So this was the last one being run this way anyhow. We've been testing out a different process. So if you are interested in a different protocol, let's not make too much on that today because we've already identified it being a problem. Let's have that be a separate working group. Please involve the upvote bot. Mention it in the Eden chat right now if you're interested in this, and get together on the side to make sure future elections are way awesome. There's a lot of ways we could improve that. Cool. Cypher Badger.
Cool. For me, the same is feedback about the new builds. It would be great. I agree with the rules for each round internally. Like, hey, we are 5 people here, and we don't want any presentation. All the people pre-election say like, hey, anybody in this room will do a presentation. The opposite of everybody in the room is agree with do a presentation. We are all agree, and we're getting and say like, hey, all do a presentation or not do a presentation, or 5-minute speech, 6-minute speech is called like pre-rules for the internal, like the 5 people saying like, hey, for this room that will be allowed but we click pretty easy to coordinate. Pre-entry of the room could be a soft off-chain behavior for the member of the event, could be. That's my feedback.
Yeah, so one moment for kind of collective feedback. You can use the reactions emojis if you like it. I gave that suggestion for how to facilitate these election rooms. So please put a heart if you found that to be super helpful. Please put the oh no face. What is that supposed to be? The open mouth one reaction if you find that wasn't very helpful and we need something else. So a nice quick reaction would be great to see if this is a tool that we can keep suggesting to people.
Is this in regard to the bot?
Not the bot. I shared at the beginning there during the opening ceremony. Facilitated. Here, I'll actually just bring it up real quick. It was a suggestion for how we might facilitate the rooms, which is what the last feedback was having agreement on how rooms were facilitated. So if you go to the Eden members chat, which has way more messages now than I realized. There we go.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, what I would say is if you want my honest feedback, it was probably just more seamless because we had a couple of people that had done this a few times. And so we understand the urgency of getting, we had, like Josh, for example, had a timer. And I would say having someone that is aware of time is incredibly important.
Yes, 100%. So this is also something else that hopefully a delegate is running on and to be considering for the next round is bringing a little bit more clarity to how election rooms are facilitated.
And the other thing I would say is we were aware that we as a group wanted to make consensus and send someone forward. And therefore we were communicating within that group, hey, we don't have consensus yet. And we also had someone that wasn't on the call that was also, I think they did vote. So that was always interesting. But yeah, all in all, I would say this has been my best experience out of all of the Eden iterations, and just, wow, what an experience.
If you have something related to exactly this, please share. If something else, put your hand up.
Yeah, hi, Reiki. Yeah, something related directly to this. Luca is working on the Eden bot that's going to facilitate the more of the organization for the election rooms. So
awesome. Yes, and having the bot do the timer where it breaks everyone else into time and count them down, that would be awesome. Cool.
I would say the bot is a little. So I think the bot's great. It does need some tweaks, but I found that timer from the bot was spammy because I was looking in that chat more for direct communication for everyone that's in the group, and like I have the vote on my phone, and so you can imagine flipping between Telegram trying to see communication, but then the bot is like clearing the entire screen with, hey, you got 5 minutes left, and so it's hard to follow a conversation, I would say.
Here's what I'll do for facilitating this call. Give all of the bot feedback to Luca. So if you have extra ways that it could be improved, please send that to him. We won't be discussing it much more here. You guys are awesome. Mohammed, did that cover what you wanted to share? Yep, cool. So I will send it to Seb, EOS support.
Do you mean me?
Yes. Sorry, Sebastian.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was a really nice round. I was in a round with Bishop, Daniel Keys, Dennis, and Nicholas Lorenzi. And yeah, we all had like this ambition to be chief delegate, or maybe if nobody else was going to be one, we would all have gone that road. And we all had like, that was really nice to see, because I think it shows that there's more confidence now in Eden, and in our round definitely there was the case, and everybody had a project. Yeah, but we in the end we voted for Daniel because we think he would make a nice CD, and yeah, it was really fun. It was yeah, and even the time didn't put much pressure on us, so yeah, I was really positively surprised, or yeah, if you can say it like that. Yeah, it was great.
Perfect.
So
Thanks, Sebastian.
Ricky, I just had a comment. Can you hear me? So yeah, the one thing I would say is, yeah, the time. I know Zach mentioned about the time. I mean, I was the only one actually was running on a platform, and I moved forward. But if you know, there were some questions that were asked, but if we had 2 or 3 people running, you know, I don't think 40 minutes definitely would not have been enough, you know, because you're introducing each other, you know, a lot of these people, you don't know who they are. I don't really think that that's enough time, you know, to do introductions. And then, you know, because some of these things eventually, you know, could potentially, you're gonna have a lot of debate. You're gonna have a lot of debate, and you know, especially with this additional funding. So it's just something to consider for the next election.
Yeah, as a plug, I'm going to put the link to it here, but let me share this real quick. This is where we can do sense making on this throughout the rest of this. Is one of the last polls in our Eden collective sense making, and I'll share this around, is what length do we want the voting rounds to be? So since we just experienced this, it'd be a great time to come in here and give feedback. And we can start narrowing it in how long we actually want these sessions to be.
Hey, Ricky.
Go from that. Yeah.
Just real quick that I know a lot of hands up, but another 2.5 minutes or so, and L2's got to start, so we might want to start getting folks ready for that.
Oh wow. Okay, I thought we had an hour. You're right. I am misthinking time. Okay, so let's go to John, Dwayne, Daniel. You guys could share really quick, and then we're getting ready for the next round. Dwayne, maybe we'll go to you.
Yeah, really quick. Excellent. I like these baby steps we've been taking. Our group really wanted to have someone that's listening to the community and get insight from the community, and then really consolidate what we are, who we are, and to rally the community. How do we do that? I'm just going to post one tool. We've seen the polls on Telegram. We do also have an online polling with Consortium. Thanks, guys. This was great.
Yes, all the Telegram ones have a Consortium mirror. So for the on-chain stuff, that's awesome having that. Daniel Keys.
Was a great experience. I think this is the 3rd election I participated in, and like Sebastian mentioned, this is the first time I've participated in a room where everybody wanted to move forward. So great sign of, I guess, the progress we're making as a community, getting more and more people engaged and wanting to move forward. Big focus in our room is to have focus on improving the Eden process itself. Let's get better at governing ourselves before we try to govern the world. There's a big future vision of turning the consensus mechanism of Eden into something that can govern great things, and I think that's a great future vision. But I think as we've seen from the experience of this election, a long way to go to get better at just the simple things for ourselves before we start focusing on things like the Eden Smart Proxy.
Yeah, awesome grounded feedback. Jayon, did you want to share with your hand up? The new legend. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your first name right.
The meetings all started, so anyone that moved on, the timer just ran out.
Zach, could you just share your screen real quick and show what that looks like to join for those who are doing this the first time?
Yep, I also unfortunately have to report an error. I'm not getting on the UI the new Zoom link.
So it should look like that, what you're seeing with Zach. If not, click on some of the other members that are in your group, go to their Telegram or whatever and start sending them messages and letting them know you're having an issue. And hopefully they can send you the invite link directly.
When you say Telegram or whatever, what you mean is use the bot chat, paste it in there. Everyone should be there and they're ready to go.
There you go. If you're signed up for the bot, which I think most people are. So thanks, Michael.
Yeah, I'm communicating already in the bot chat. Thanks.
Could you share your screen and show you doing that in the bot chat for those who are having trouble? Or maybe Michael, if you want to just do that real quick.
I'm actually on my work computer. I was using 2 devices this time because I learned my lesson.
Hey, Mac and Sparrow, I think you're in my room. It would be great if you can share the link with me. Just reach out to you on Telegram. Do you have the link?
For those who want to coordinate rooms, just do so in chat in this group. We're going to continue this group talking about sense making and bringing value to everyone who's not currently in the election rooms. So if you are moving on, awesome, go move on. If you have more to share and recap from your room and the experience, what you learned, please put your hand up. We can continue doing some sense making here together. Felix, you got your hand up. Take it away.
All right, cool. Yeah, I saw that the poll. I guess the only comment I'd say, I guess, kind of issue from my room was and noticing is it may be worthwhile to consider having the first round a little longer. Our room didn't reach consensus, partly because we had, I would say, two new people who. I don't know. Additional time would have probably helped to reach consensus. I was disappointed. I'm just going to put you on blast, Dominic. I don't think he's here, but I mean, he just refused to like switch up his vote, and that just we didn't reach consensus, which is hugely disappointing because I mean, it makes it in a way it doesn't look well on everyone in the group if you don't reach consensus. Like, I mean, that's the goal of Eden, is we want to reach consensus. So if you don't have people in rooms that are willing to work with each other, these are things that we all need to know. So going into future elections, that's the type of people that like that's got to go on your reputation. And for me, like I like Dominic, but after the way, I don't know, just the way that round just went, like he doesn't have my vote moving forward.
Here's how I'm going to host this room is I don't make anything personal. So there's 2 times where you used a person's name. I suggest don't doing that. And I'm going to do more than suggest if I'm the one facilitating this. And as long as I have the power to do that, I will cut people off from doing that. So please share your feedback. Please leave it nameless. So say, not finding consensus is a big challenge. Maybe we can have that marked. Maybe you get an NFT if you participate in an election and you don't find consensus. Non-consensus.
Right. Okay.
And
Felix, you can encourage people to watch the video though and make their own.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So my bad. Right. And so the video for whoever uploads it, you can go watch. But really, at the end of the day, though, this is also about reputation too. So I get what we want to keep it, I guess less like pointing fingers and stuff. But it's just disappointing when consensus isn't reached. And overall, yeah, I just think these are things to think about moving forward, is that like everyone should feel a bit of pressure to want to reach consensus, because it does affect your reputation moving forward. Like, ideally, the way I see Eden playing out, in the future is the way you choose to vote and how you interact in these breakout rooms. It affects like your reputation moving forward. So like, it just, these are things that like, I would like to obviously capture, just so like people are more informed when showing support for somebody. But yeah, so that was just kind of my experience, and yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I love that. I'm actually going to take a side break because this is a huge topic to unpack. So there's a couple of hands up. I'm going to shift it. If your comment is about finding consensus itself, I want to have a small side dialogue about this, because that is the main unlock we're working with here. And also in a lot of the cultures that at least a lot of us were born into, finding consensus isn't something that we're ever taught how to do. And in fact, we're a lot of times taught how to do something else, which is how to compete and how to have an individuated perspective. We're not necessarily taught how to go through the process of finding consensus. So that's something I think we're going to keep learning in this Eden experiment in this community. And something I think we can put a lot more time onto between the seasons is actually training on consensus building, so that it's not just once every 3 months we get together and, hey, we have 40 minutes to try to find consensus. That's a really high stakes environment for something that a lot of us aren't trained how to do. To do something we're trained explicitly how to do the opposite in, and better on how to compete and less good how to find consensus. So what I want to do is a small conversation. If people have something they want to bring to that particular topic on consensus building, their experience in it, and ways they think that we can improve our consensus building process and the election process itself, I would love to hear feedback on that before I keep going to the other comments that people might want to share. So if you have something, yes, Hernan, you got your hand up. And for this, I'll go to Hernan, Elias, and then put your hand up if you would like to share on this.
Yeah, so thanks for that comment, Ricky. I do think it's important not to single out people. I want to raise a very important question for Eden moving forward, which is the way that, because the system is built so that every individual has a lot of weight within those breakout rooms, I think it's important that we start to work towards valuing like previous work, or as things that, like a previous reputation within the community. Because I do think when we started Eden 5 elections ago, we had nothing to run on. So it was like, everyone was just trying out. At this election, I think it would be valuable to have a way to signal or to value the fact that there some of us working with Eden since inception, and a lot of people who just joined a couple of days ago or 3 days ago. Not saying that's bad. We always want to expand, and we do want to. Of course, we value, if you're new here, we value your participation. Welcome to Eden. And having said that, I do think it's important for us to kind of integrate some either some kind of fractally type of rewarding participation and previous efforts, because that's like a bit more backward looking. But yeah, those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, thanks, Hernan. Elias.
Yeah, in terms of not reaching consensus, I just, it's something I think we should explore more. It seems to me like that should be a perfectly fine option. I know normally it's not. Actually, dancing door, that's something I'm kind of interested in seeing in our fractally meetings also. What happens when we don't reach consensus? So it is something worth exploring. I know I understand what you're saying, though, that we're losing, that group loses, right? It's almost not consensus, it's almost a negative vote, or partial negative vote too. So, but yeah, it is interesting to explore more what the ramifications are.
Yeah, and I guess here's some alpha for this game, because the game theory is consensus builders go through, not necessarily those with the best pitch or idea. So it's more of it's a better time commitment actually between the seasons to spend more time on building consensus and learning how to do that, opposed to presenting one strong idea that's just yours. So it's a fundamentally different way of, approaching this. So, the alpha is for teams to get together pre-season, mid-season, and start training. How do you build consensus? How do you actually communicate with a large group of people and help them see that you can represent their shared visions, etc. So it's a lot of opportunity that we have in what we're exploring here. Great. I will pass it then to Mark. You got your hand up.
Thanks. I wanted to just speak quickly to this topic because I was in a group that did not reach consensus. And it was kind of interesting, and not reaching consensus, whether it's a bad thing or a good thing, it is a decision. It's a decision to not reach consensus. Really holding a collective purpose and being very clear with the whole community is what that collective purpose is really important in reaching consensus, because against that collective purpose, you then are measuring your desire to reach consensus or not reach consensus. I do think that it's really interesting to add structure where you could harvest knowledge that came from groups that reached consensus or didn't reach consensus, and you need structure to do that. You can't have, I'm going to go watch 25, 45-minute videos to figure this out. You need to, in an automated fashion, have as part of your purpose the type of experiences and knowledge that you want to harvest, and make sure you build those tools to harvest that. In our particular group, there was a voting block that said we're not going to move, and so that voting block chose not to move, and then there was no way to reach consensus. Either everybody had to join that block or not, and it really was not about whether or not the ideas that they wanted to bring towards the next stage would be good or not good. It really wound up being just a discussion of voting block and is voting block good or bad. So that was the thoughts that I wanted to add. Thanks, Vicky.
Yeah, so using my power as facilitator to keep offering my opinions. Just kidding. And please, anyone else shut me up if you feel like I'm doing that. I'd say that's a feature, because then that's training that, behavior out of our system. And I love looking at it as the behaviors we're looking for rather than the people, because people can always change behaviors. So when someone was bringing up somebody at the beginning of this, I was saying, actually, it's not that person. It's the behavior that was something we want to get rid of out of our system. So if we remove the person from the behavior that we didn't like, then it becomes a lot easier to say these behaviors are harming our system. These behaviors support our system. And then that's our harvesting process, because then we're all learning together. Hey, in order to succeed here, these are the behaviors that I want to, practice. These are the behaviors I want to avoid, because you can't avoid being yourself. So if someone's like, hey, Reiki's an asshole, that's just me, like, shit, now I have to go. But if it's saying Reiki is behaving like an asshole because XYZ, I don't want to be an asshole. Thank you for that feedback. So I only say that because that's how we can continually evolve. How we get better at reaching consensus is by this process of sharing the behaviors that were harmful, sharing the behaviors that were beneficial, and constantly upregulating how we behave and how we show up here. So with that presence, I will just keep going around in this circle. So Mohammed, take it away.
Hey guys, well, let me see where to begin. A lot of things have been mentioned. I'd like to say that to begin with, my group reached consensus, but it reached consensus primarily because Dan Singjoy was gracious enough to allow me to be principled and hold my ground and not vote for the person that everyone else was voting for. Had he not done that, I would have most likely voted for him anyway, for Rec Kid, who ended up moving forward. But just to have reached consensus, but the purpose or the point of what I'm saying is that consensus is on a spectrum. We're trying to reach a majority vote. It doesn't have to be 100%. If people don't want to vote for that person, they cannot vote. It doesn't necessarily have to be 100% every single time. That's one thing. And recently I was in a conversation with Joshua Seymour and Gabriel, and they reminded me that it's consensus versus consent as well. The fact that I did not vote for Rec Kid does not mean that I did not support what his proposal was. My group was more WPS, more project focused than governance focused, which was not what I was focused on. So that's why on principle, I could not really support him. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have my consent to move forward. That doesn't mean that now I don't get behind him and support him in what he's doing. This is where we come together after the vote and support the people that have moved forward. Just because you did not want to vote for that person does not mean that you do not support them in the next stage of where we're going. Tomorrow is another day. We have our we will have our delegates and our chief delegates, and those are the people representing us. And they heard you. You got your voice today. You got to speak. Tomorrow we move forward. Just keep that in mind. Consensus, consent.
I love that. And playing in a lot of decentralized groups and communities for a while, one of the things that we've learned, at least theoretically, we'd love to apply here, is having more options when you go to vote to give this type of feedback. Because you can say consensus, I 100% support what this person's saying, versus consent, and be able to actually vote those different ways in the UA on chain, so that it's not saying, hey, I'm just going to let this person go through. I consent. I don't want to block this. That's a different vote from I fully support this. And being able to signal that in, I think could be really valuable for us to learn from as well. Mohammed, please go, and then we'll keep going.
Yeah, one more thing I wanted to address. I've heard a lot of people mention reputation. Little shameless plug, we're working on the reputation system. The SBTs that are going to be distributed today, later on, after the elections, to signal that you all took part in these elections, and to keep that data in mind moving forward, that you now have this election in mind, and there will be retroactive SBTs issued for the past elections that people participated in. All of these things are the first layer, the base layer, to build on and to add everyone's reputation on. So to everyone that's saying that we need a reputation system or we need a way to keep that tracking that, we're building this. Support us, please.
Awesome. In fact, a lot of pieces of that are coming together. So a lot of and that's what I also, just to bring another awesome part about this system, is it is a decentralized, I guess, project funding and intelligence mechanism. So every person who's coming to this is seeing these challenges and independently working on it. That's something I got as a vantage point from being CD last season. Is part of my role was actually to try to go through and see all the different projects happening in the community. And there is a lot of them. So it's really interesting. There's kind of this root system that's happening that I know no one really sees the root system as a whole or what's sprouted yet, but there's quite a bit. So over the next few elections, I think we're going to see a fundamental change in how this is held, which is really great. So Felix, then CAC, then Rodrigo, then Michael. And then I also want to bring up Brandon after that. So I'm getting you ready.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I just wanted to add about the reputation thing, and I guess the main reason for my whole thing with the consensus is about finding team builders. You gotta be a team player, and so that's where like a lot of the frustration came out. So honestly, I don't know. I mean, calling out specific members probably may not be the best way to do things, but it may not be a bad thing either until we have a reputation. I mean, the reputation system that gets built out, it's going to be based off metrics, and they're going to be simple metrics to start, and it'll get more complex as we go. But we still, as a community, need to know how individuals behave in rooms. So yes, people can go back and review the rooms, but how many people are actually going to do that? That's why I did take the time to call someone.
Felix, when you call somebody out, by definition, you're giving an opinion. And so you're forcing me to listen to your opinion right now. And I respect your opinion, but I'll go watch the room if I want to watch that behavior and then form my own opinion.
I love that. And to parrot that and add more flavor to it, when you give your opinion, you're assuming that the person isn't wise enough that you're talking to give it. So you're saying we need to let the community know this person is doing that behavior and create that connection, rather than saying, hey, there's an abusive or XYZ behavior happening in this group, and not mention it, and then let everyone else go and watch that if they care about that shit. Anyway, but please keep going, and then we'll keep going around.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I get those are fair points. This is also, I feel like, another thing too, right? I'm not the only one that's like, as Eden grows, we will have more people, and like as I mean, sometimes like things can get very heated. And so like, yeah, what you guys are making, they're fair points. And I agree. Sometimes like when you get out of a room, things can be frustrating, and it's best to not vent in a bad way. So yeah, I've heard all those points, and yeah, it's all
Felix,
taken.
my feedback to you would be, thank you for being passionate about the organization and your and thank you for being enthusiastic about the engagement. This is great. These problems that you're having are part of the consensus forming in large organizations. We're going to bump into each other. So thank you. I think this is great feedback. And I'm glad that you're receptive.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. And yeah, I'll probably raise my hand a little later. I'm just still trying to collect my thoughts. And the thing is, I've been engaged with Eden less as I've been busier with my full-time work. But this is nice to have. What's nice about these elections and having the community come together is to be able to discuss amongst the community, and that's how we get to know each other better. And that's why I was involved with the Eden Fractal for a while. That is a great way to get more involved with the community, because then you get to see faces, and then that builds reputation. Like, okay, this is a member that's committed, and they're not just coming for the election to try to run on some grand proposal, and they've done nothing or had no engagement with Eden. And so yeah, it's a great experiment. But yeah, I'll pass it on to CAC. So
CAC, how do you want us to pronounce that? Because that sounds annoying to say, unless you want CAC.
Call me sir.
Sir, sure.
No, I don't care. No, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know what we were trying to reach consensus on. Like, I still haven't figured out if this is a worker proposal system. Are we voting on someone's project or their values and vision for Eden? I mean, I know why I voted for the person I did, but I don't know if other people were voting for the same reasons. I mean, it's kind of confusing what we're trying to come to an agreement to. Move someone on who has the intention of trying to go all the way to chief delegate, or just somebody who wants to get some funding for their own project. I think there's some confusion there, and I'll just leave it at that. If you have any questions, please ask. Thank you.
Definitely. And not to answer this, but to give some more color to it, this is something that was brought up a lot in the last season. So for people who have been able to make it through all those Telegram chats and watch all of the calls related to Eden, you've been hearing this discussed quite frequently. And it sounds like the direction it's going is it's yes and, because that's how every decentralized community really grows, is it doesn't grow by shrinking what it is, it grows by integrating everything that it is. So it could be a worker proposal system and a governance system, but maybe those are fractals within each other. So this is really what the next season is about, is how does this community grow to integrate all the diverse things that it's wanting to be without fracturing and breaking off and staying in chaos. But there is this chaotic moment that we're in, which is also, from my perspective and experience, a completely normal thing for every decentralized community to go through, especially ones that have the great start where the founder leaves. You saw this early days in Bitcoin, where the founder was there, very communicative, driving the vision, and then just disappears completely. And then it was up to the community at the time to self-organize and figure out what the hell they're going to do and govern it itself. So that start, that catalyst moment, is actually how a lot of really great decentralized communities get together. But it is that chaotic phase. And then the first stage is navigating that chaos, integrating it all without being too quick to decide. So we discussed this a lot in the Eden dialogues before. I think this was great. Brandon, you brought this up, but it's the ability to sit in chaos and just sense make, take in information without trying to decide and discern just yet. Because that's how we get into novel situations. Because if we decide too quickly, likely we're just going to repeat some old shit we just came from. which for a lot of us isn't stuff we're really trying to repeat here. So if we really want to find the novel, accurate, and more effective decision and path forward, we need to sit in this chaos and uncertainty just a little bit longer and sense make together. And I think that's where a lot of the novel solutions come from that we're looking for. So what are we trying to actually do right now? That's kind of the point, unfortunately, of an early community, is to figure that out. So that's really exciting. There's a lot done last season. And I think the whole point of this election was to really bubble that out, was to pick some chief delegates who, if they choose to, they have the power to start taking a little bit more affirmative action and designing what Eden is and making a more concrete answer to what is Eden's purpose and vision, mission, etc. So it's an exciting evolution that the project's going through right now, and you're all kind of part of it. That's my 2 cents on that. If anyone else wants to opine on that particular thought before we keep going, please put your hand up or just unmute yourself right now. Okay, so then I will pass it to Rodrigo.
Hey, thanks, Reiki. Yeah, piggybacking off that, I went into this election knowing I wasn't trying to advance. And my philosophy for the first round of elections is I'm trying to find the most, or everyone's motivated, but the individual I want to get behind that I think needs some funding. So I look at this as funding individuals, not funding, you could consider it funding projects too, but that individual may choose to fund multiple projects from their delegate pay. So as someone who joined to support the election process and wasn't trying to move forward, there's 4 people present. 3 of them were trying to move forward and I wasn't. So I had a really key role, I felt, in the group to help us find consensus. So I asked everyone questions and gave my opinion on who I thought we should move forward. And then something beautiful happened. Everyone agreed and we all fell into line and we had perfect consensus in the group. And then the person who was chosen to move forward said, hey, I want to support both of you other guys' proposal. And so I'll make sure that you get support from my delegate pay as well. So now all 3 projects are really moving forward, or all 3 pitches are moving forward. But I think it's important to have people in the election process that aren't trying to rise through to help facilitate building consensus. I felt like that was my role here today. And to respond to CAC, because he said he doesn't care what we call him, so we call him CAC. I think it's both as well. At the lower level, we're trying to fund individuals. As we percolate up to the later rounds of the election, we're trying to elect leaders. So we, the leaders, what are they to do? Well, they're trying to help us find purpose, or help us facilitate finding purpose for the group. So it's all of it. But yeah, I think about this first round as, hey, I'm just trying to find individuals to fund so that we can perpetuate our community.
Yeah, I love that share because it actually articulates one dominant perspective of what Eden on EOS is a governance system, because then it's picking people who then have the purse strings to fund multiple projects, fund directions, fund shared visions, etc. Versus the election itself is how we fund it. So that's the worker proposal system perspective, is the election process of picking projects is how we fund those projects. But the governance perspective is the election process is picking people, and then those people go on to fund lots of projects. So it is interesting. It's like, are we voting for the objective project, which then maybe doesn't change? If we are voting for a project, it would be weird for the project to change. So then in that case, we're expecting someone to have a campaign and to stick with that campaign and not change it, because that's what people agreed to, right? Otherwise, you're buying a car and you end up getting a house. It's like, what the hell? But the other side is you're funding people, and then you let them decide. Do you need a car? Do you need a house? You don't know. Like, let them figure it out. Like, so, that's the polarity that's alive right now, and there isn't yet an answer. And I'm going to break us up in the middle of this before passing it to Michael. And we will keep going, but I want to show what's going on in the elections right now because it's kind of fun. So you can go to the live elections right now if you want to get a live update of what's happening. So let me share the link right here. Well, you can come through and we can see some of the election rooms. Wow, we found one that actually has a full consensus. Nice. Group 4 is going for Nathan James already. Group 5 looks like it has no votes. Group 3 looks like only one person's voting. Yeah, all right. We've got no consensus or even really zero progress towards consensus in the rest of the rooms, but one with full consensus already. So interesting stuff. I'll keep an eye here. If anything gets weird, I'll pull it back up. But Michael, I'll send it over to you.
Hi there. I guess I've been listening to some of the other individuals' experiences in their first breakout rooms, and I would just encourage you to watch our breakout room. I think we did a really good job of achieving consensus, and so there was a total of 6 of us that were sent to the room. 5 people showed up in the chat. 3 people wanted to move forward or had at least communicated that they wanted to move forward. And so then we had centered our discussion kind of around, you know, what are we running on? What are our expectations? And I just want to point out one of the individual, Josh, who ended up advancing, one of the things that he had asked of anyone moving forward in our room was that they stay in they have communication with everyone in our first group, and they carry that upwards and forwards. And so that, and I'm not just saying in that moment, but you know, on a weekly or monthly basis, or you know, you can drop in. But the point is that they represent us moving forward in all of the groups, and I think that that was a great thing to highlight that maybe is being missed in some of these rooms, that your representative is representing you until the next Eden election. Is that 3 months away, you know, but they represent you. And then the other thing I would say is we didn't have consensus right away. So I had checked the votes, I want to say maybe 20 minutes in, and there was 3 votes for an individual and no votes for anyone else. And 2 of the people that were voting hadn't spoken at all. And so, you know, you can watch the voting take place in real time and comment on it and help steer the narrative. And I think all in all, like, what a great experience. There was competing ideas, and but I think that's healthy. And ours was not a worker proposal system so much as how do we find the individual that will best represent all of us in this group and actually put in the effort for the next 3 months. And that, I think, was really our consensus, was who's the best person to represent all of us in this group. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And to put a plug here, something that's emerging, say Eden figures it out and we actually figure out a governance process, or we don't figure it out and enough people want to use this tool. That means we've got a lot of communities wanting to come here and use this tool. How the hell do they use it? They don't necessarily know. So they're going to need some people to help them, i.e. this is what I think the Eden community is so full of. The people literally on this call right now, we're training like how to actually help other communities set this up. So when Michael goes talking about watching one of these recordings, I suggest watching all of them. If this is something that interests you and you could see yourself having a career and helping communities learn about decentralized governance, then watching these recording rooms is kind of training yourself up on how to build consensus, how not to, how decentralized governance looks, what it doesn't look like, and starting to learn a little bit about this. And then we can start being consultants and helping other communities get set up if that's what we want to do. Anyway, one plug for that. We'll keep going. We'll send it to Eric. I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear him?
No, I can't hear
No,
you.
so something up with your mic, Eric. So I'm going to pass it to Dan while you're figuring that out and then come back.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Ricky and Eric. I'm looking forward to hearing from you soon. And thank you, everybody. It's been
And Eric, you
very-
can keep trying to talk. We'll only hear you once you figure it out. So, okay.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, thanks, Ricky, and thanks, everybody. This has been a great election so far, and it's been really great hearing from everybody. So thank you, everybody, so much. I really can't appreciate, or I really can't express how much I appreciate what everyone's doing here, and it's profoundly important and helpful for everyone in the world. Thank you, Ricky and Lovejoy, for hosting, and yeah, I'm stoked for this this upcoming season. It's great to see all the new people joining Eden in elections and looking through the people who are currently in this round. There's a lot of really great leaders and thinkers there. So that's really cool to see. I'm able to hear you now, Eric.
We do hear you now, but we'll come back to you after Dan.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. There's two things that I want to bring up in addition to the thanks in that first note. One, there's a few people who mentioned the Eden Fractal meetings. And I want to invite and encourage everybody to join these. These are happening every Wednesday at 15:30 UTC. We play two fun and innovative consensus games there. One is called Eden plus Fractal, where we use the Eden process and the Fractal process together, and we elect delegates on a weekly basis and also give each other respect in EOS. So I appreciate everybody bringing that up, and I think that could be really, really helpful for the Eden community. So I encourage everybody to join those. You can check that out at edenfractal.com, and I'll share the link. And then I also host the Eden Town Halls every Sunday at 16 UTC, where we can have open discussions about Eden. We've been doing both these for the past 6 months. So I invite and encourage everybody to join. Reiki also hosts a great meeting too, and there's many other great meetings going on in the community, such as the Helios Twitter Spaces every Friday. And then the last point I want to bring up, I don't know if anybody has any comments that you want to jump in there real quick. I saw Reiki was unmuting. Is there anything you want to add there, Reiki?
I hear you talking at 2x speed, so well done. Does anyone else have any announcements for continued dialogues or groups happening? Nope. Dan always makes announcements of this in the Telegram chat anyway, so go check those out if you want to keep getting involved. Thanks for that, Dan. And back to you.
Okay, cool. Sounds great. Thank you. And yeah, I'm happy to share links with people. Like the Helios Twitter Spaces, for example, are a great event where it's mostly about Eden. So lots of great events in the community. And then the last part I wanted to bring up, which is something that I don't know if we want to get into it now. I know people have a lot of exciting ideas, so I'm excited to hear those. But just one thing I wanted to bring up before the end of this election, that it's a really exciting topic, and it's also a concerning topic. And I think it's increasingly pertinent, and I'd love to hear the community's thoughts about this in the coming weeks and perhaps during this election. This is something I've been thinking a lot about, is the rise of AI, artificial intelligence. And I've recently been learning about AI. Actually, Sebastian shared a video in the Eden members chat about Jordan Peterson sharing his thoughts about AI and talking about how he's speaking with talented chip engineers who expect that within the next few months, there'll be potential for real-time video that can look like a person that's a symbol. So this could be the first, the last election season where we don't have these kinds of things, and we have all real people. And I think that this is something that's really, really vitally important for the community to think about. Hernan, thankfully, brought this up during the most recent EOS Fireside Chat, and I'm happy to see Nathan James is elected as a delegate too. He had some great responses, and there's many great thinkers, as I said, who can help lead the community here. But yeah, basically I've been thinking, I don't know the best way to put it. There's lots of different ways we can put it. It's super exciting, but it's also concerning because it's really weird. There's kind of a flood coming, as Dan Larimer put it in the Fractally meetings. There's a storm coming, and in the coming months, these AI models will be able to train on people who don't exist, and all of our faces showing up on these elections. And we need to prepare, and we need to grow closer, and we need to improve our cyber protection, and we need to improve our ways of cooperating, and we need to attract more amazing people to help build helpful tools for everybody and help build amazing content. In addition to these trends with AI, there's also concerning trends in the world with governments being corrupt and things being dysfunctional in society. There's so many problems we need to solve, and Reiki's been hosting, well, he hosted that great meeting about solving humanity's meta crisis. So I just want to bring this up because it's something that I think it's really important for the community to consider. I don't mean to drag it down, because there's so many exciting things too. These tools will be incredibly empowering for all of us too. So when we work together and cooperate using these tools and working with each other, then we can do amazing and incredibly exciting and helpful things for the world. But it's something that we should also consider too, because there are risks coming that are bigger than previous risks in so many ways. So thank you everybody once again for the election, and looking forward to collaborating much more, and interested to hear people's thoughts about this here and in the coming months, and looking forward to seeing who gets elected as chief delegates too. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Dan. So summarizing kind of what you're sharing is this next season in Eden is what is our mission and purpose, and our CDs empowered to enact on that or not. So there's a lot. So I think what you just ended it with there is the bigger story of which Eden and EOS exists. If we're trying to figure out our purpose, if we can orient what Eden is trying to achieve towards what humanity needs, the next 8 billion people on our planet right now are needing, if we're really addressing the larger crises that's unfolding and how we might start building a foundation that solves it, then how do we get to the next billion people we're already working on answering, and then redirecting that as what our purpose is. So that is the conversations happening in the Eden dialogues, is how do we frame that? What are those crises? How do we not try to avoid, well, avoiding them is an interesting word. We're not necessarily trying to avoid them, but how do we integrate what the last civilization has done without repeating it? So if we're going about designing new governance systems because we're upset about the current ones, well, let's make sure we're not just redesigning 100-year, cycle of building exactly the same thing, which is what a revolution is all about. It just keeps revolving. Anyway, with that being said, before we pass it to Eric, I'm going to take one more break to look at the election, because it looks like right now their free Zoom rooms are probably going to be ending. And we all know what happened after that. So we still only have one room with consensus. Actually, two groups. It looks like we have group 5 with Nova Crypto with Patrick. Group 4, it looks like it has a Nathan James. Group 3 is still divided.
How much time do they have left?
They have 9 minutes left to vote, but their Zoom rooms are ending now.
Group 5 just reached consensus.
So group 5 has a consensus of Patrick as well. Nice.
Wow.
So we got Patrick and Nathan are in, and 3 other groups divided. Interesting. What's going to happen if we have 2 CDs?
I know.
How come there's only two? How come there's only 2 votes possible in that group of 5 at the top?
Well, there's only 2 votes happening at all. So 3 people haven't voted even for themselves.
Right.
Oh, I see.
So these ones, 4 people have voted, but they've all voted for themselves.
I see. Yeah.
I see that very unlikely they're going to find a consensus. We'll find out. All right, so that's a small update on what's happening, and we might start seeing people flood back in. So Eric, passing it to you.
All right. Yeah, am I good audio wise? All right. Hey, thank you. So thank you for gracefully handling my mic issues. I'm sorry about that. Hey, I had a blast in the election, and I just wanted to share that it was a ton of fun. And then this conversation too, it's great to hear from everybody, hear their thoughts. Thank you, everybody that shared. That was my main thing. This is my first election, and I would say that time management is so important. I don't have time to read up on all the chats, so I missed that advice on the timing that was there. So it leads me to thinking about, for new people that come on, what's the best way to stress the importance of having some good time management, and the best way to help folks do that. That's it. Thank you, everybody. I'm out.
Yeah, absolutely pertinent question. As we saw today, and as I highly suspect will continue to be the pattern, I bet a lot of new people coming into Eden, their first step into this community is going to be an election, and these community calls leading up to an election. So I think we need to design elections to expect that if we're going to keep growing, and encourage it, and have that kind of be a process that's part of it. Part of what's being suggested is that you can't vote the very first election you're part of, or actually you can vote, but you can't be selected as a delegate. So those are 2 proposals on the table right now for how we might be able to handle a large amount of growth while still having civil protected systems. Is that the first election you're part of, maybe you can vote, but you can't be elected, so you can't be the one that's being the bot attack. Anyway, so those things are coming up, but it's something I think we need to really be aware of, is this is going to be a lot of people's first. experience of this community. And this could be our chance of welcoming them in, having a little bit longer time in those rooms so that people can introduce themselves and really have a nice dialogue to find consensus. I think that'll be a warm and welcoming way into the community rather than this kind of time crunch that feels a little stressed. So I think there are ways we might change our election process if it really is an onboarding into the world of EOS, which I really think it can become, because it's something really exciting. So with all that said, I'm going to pass it to Brandon to start co-hosting a little bit and bring in some questions.
Yeah,
Maybe you're awake by now.
You want to breathe or something?
Yeah, I'm going to take a breath too.
Take a moment to collect yourself. Yeah, you've been doing great. Big appreciation for Reiki and everything you're bringing to the table. Your energy and this kind of influx of people that have dabbled in other consensus processes and organizations before has been a huge boon to the Eden organization. So I'm really excited that you're here and very thankful. Yeah.
I'm gonna thank you for that. I'm gonna interrupt you one more time because we found one more room with consensus.
Dun, 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 dun.
So that is now group 1 has selected Josh Seymour. Nice.
Wow.
And one more. So there's 2 more groups divided right now. They have 4 minutes. All right, back to you, Brandon.
Well, I've just want to say that I've been kind of in stunned silence between what Reiki is laying down and all the wonderful feedback from everybody here. Honestly, is just like a wealth of like really informative feedback. I feel like I'm learning a lot from everybody's thoughts today. So it's really glad that everyone's feeling good about sharing how they're, how things went, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of that. So I'll just say briefly, since I haven't really spoken much, that our group was so easy and just effortless process that I feel like I cheated a little bit, but it was literally put in a group with somebody I was in the same group with last time. It was kind of like a Groundhog's Day moment, and then 2 people didn't show up. So it was like 3 of us, and only one of us really wanted to advance and really had a specific agenda. So we sent him forward, and there was some interesting discussion there, but yeah, it was about the least contentious possible scenario imaginable. So that was kind of nice, considering I was a little tired this morning. But yeah, I'm curious, anyone else before the gosh, are we down to like 2 minutes now?
Yeah, let me share this one more time because we've got some. Oh, okay, just passed over. Group 2, pick Joseph.
Aha.
So we've got Joseph, Joshua, Nathan, James, and Patrick. Can group 3 find a consensus? They're still pretty split. Lenny's voting for himself, Marco for himself, Nier for himself, Martin for nobody. So Martin might be the swing vote right here. So this is really interesting because this is a lot of power actually for Martin. So it shows the power dynamics here that, you might be the one choosing a chief delegate. So real time in that conversation, he could be like, hey, this is how you could best represent me. And then does it, it's kind of the hack. If you can get someone else to represent your interests and then they go on, who's really winning here? You don't have to do the work. They say they're going to do the work for you. Yeah, they might get paid for it, but what you wanted to happen and have achieved could happen. And this is where I think it's really awesome with this process, where it really empowers our voices. Because this is our opportunity to speak directly to our representatives, to carry our opinions and needs and desires forward and make sure they're integrated without you having to do much. So I think sometimes you could be the biggest winner here without even getting elected at all. Cool. Does anyone want to opine on anything that's happening right now here with the election? Or
there's actually a
Nova
first.
Crypto.
Oh, say again? There's a couple voices, so one at a time.
There's a statistical first in the group, that first breakout room. Josh Seymour is the first person to be a Eden member twice, or to resign and come back and now advance into the 3rd room. So, and I'm glad for him to represent me. So interesting statistical fact there first.
Awesome. Ooh, and group 3 still has not found it. So we might have one group without it because they have 1 minute left to find it.
50 seconds.
There's a 3-person tie.
Oh, actually, sir, you've got your hand up.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to, I was going to mention this earlier. I brought this up maybe, well, before the last election. I was like, if there was it's more of like a feature idea for Eden. If there was some place where anybody who plans on running as a delegate could maybe upload some documentation or links to their projects or pitches before the election starts, and maybe during the community room, the rooms can be assigned. That way we can have some time to do a little bit of due diligence and research on the people. So we won't have to spend so much time in the room itself to figure out all this information, because there's going to be technical difficulties. It's going to limit the time. So I don't know if that makes sense. And if I know there was a lot of shit last time when I brought that up, but I don't see how that would be an issue. Thank you and have a good day.
Yeah, I can add color to that because there's a good conversation in the Telegram group. And if anyone else wants to add color to that too, it's a nice topic. Please put your hand up because this sits on both sides of the, are we a governance system debate or are we a worker proposal system? If we're a worker proposal system, it makes a lot of sense to project forward what your project is, what you'd like to deliver, what you're trying to achieve beforehand, and even have a space to show these proposals, compare them, discuss them beforehand, etc. If we're a pure governance system that's trying to bubble up everyone's shared interest in what they're wanting, and then this process is really selecting delegates that represent all of those interests, then it might not even actually be helpful to do that at all, because this process is how that happens, is with these calls. And it's not necessarily that you're trying to project one project. So you wouldn't put up a campaign to say, I'm doing X, Y, Z. The people who might win in rooms are really the ones showing up with nothing at all and just absorbing everyone else's project. And then they just become kind of a chameleon of everyone else's needs. And then that's how they get all the votes to go to the next round. So it's kind of two fundamentally different approaches. And the second one, I would suggest the proposals would be more like sense-making things. So rather than today, if you're a politician and you have a campaign, it's everything you're going to do. You've already kind of made sense of the world. You've decided what you want to actually change and achieve, and you're making a decision. I will increase X, Y, Z or decrease or whatever. You have an action you're planning on taking. But if you're sense-making, then you're actually just going to change your proposal. Your proposal will be like, this is me making sense of the situation. This is what I think happening. I would love to represent you and try to make more sense. And then I'll make decisions as a CD, but I don't even know what those are going to be because I don't even have a full sense of the situation yet. So it's two different ways of kind of going about it. One of them is collective intelligence, collective sense-making, a decentralized governance, system. The other one is a worker proposal system. It's still collective intelligence, but it's strictly for funding projects. Both are very interesting. Again, that's kind of the debate going on real time in the community right now is, what are we? Are we the left one or the right one? But there's also a reality that we're both of them. And if we're both of them, then we're a collective intelligence system that also runs this decentralized worker proposal system and also runs a whole bunch of other things like the smart proxy and other ways of doing decentralized collective intelligence. Which, if that's what we're doing, then what we're really collectively working on here applies to any community across the globe doing anything together. If groups of humans are coming together to do something and they have a need to do collective intelligence, then we're building tools, testing those tools on ourselves, iterating on the process, etc. So anyway, that's what's alive right now, and I just wanted to add color to that. Sir, do you want to respond? And then we'll go to Mohammed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just talking, but I was like, I didn't have a strategy going into this room. I wanted to see who was in the room first and then adjust based on if they're running or not and what their projects or pitches are. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I was more of a vision person, but then everybody else was more of a project person. So it just depends on what you I don't know what you're voting on. I don't know. Okay, I'll shut up. I sound like an idiot.
All good. It's a huge topic and it's going to keep unfolding. All right, so we have our delegates, our chief delegates selected, and we're going to wait 1 more hour to find the head chief delegate. So let's look at the results. Group 1 selected Josh Seymour. Congratulations. Group 2 selected Joseph. Also, congratulations. Group 3 selected nobody. Congratulations. That's a decision as well. Way to come.
Sorry, I need to jump into this. It wasn't a decision. Unfortunately, I was not able to vote. I could have influenced potentially some consensus there with a vote. But yeah, then I tried to vote via the upvote bot and through blocks, but that sent me to a test net. So in last minute, it was a little bit
interesting. We'll do a recap. I'll let every room do a recap, cool. And I'll let the groups talk. So I'll let you talk for that group. So I'll give you the floor here in a minute. Group 4 selected Nathan James, and group 5 selected Patrick. So what I'm actually going to do is we'll go around and let each one of these delegates say hello, share about what happened in their group, share their platform and who they are, and all that fun stuff. As they join, are they here yet? Because I think I saw them join. No?
Yeah.
Put your hand up. Okay, Joshua. Yeah. So if you're picked as a delegate, put your hand up, please, or chief delegate rather. And we'll also have delegate share. So Joshua, I'm going to send it to you first for group 1.
All right. Thanks for the mic. Happy to be here. Good morning or whatever time it is for you guys. My experience was pretty good today, except for in the last round, the election portal page is still not working for me, so I had to vote through blocks. But as long as that solution is somehow easy enough for members, I guess that'll be something we can improve going forward. And that was what my first room that I was in. That was one of the main topics, was improving the UI and just the whole experience of Eden. There's a lot of things to be worked out, so that's where the first round that advanced me, among other things, that's what they wanted to see worked on. And in the most recent round, each round for me was like everyone was very agreeable. I think the only issue was the time constraint in the room sometimes. I think that might need to be extended a little bit, and it's nice that there's a conversation going around that. The one thing I'd like to mention that I did mention in each of my rooms is I think this is kind of in the spirit of how this organization was created, but I don't think it's part of our culture as much as it should be yet. And that is that whoever you're grouped with in each of these rounds, and I love the upvote bot making this so much easier. We should be staying in communication throughout the season, and there should be consensus among that group, and then that consensus should be represented, and the consensus may change. So in my case, I have 2 groups that I need to be representing, and the second group is kind of like a super group because they should be reporting all of the consensus of their group, and then we kind of have like a super consensus of, in the fractal sense. So it's not just this one meeting. If you're really being a delegate, you're supposed to represent the consensus of your group throughout the entire term. So that's what I'll be doing. I'll be gauging the consent and the interest of the 2 groups that elected me, and I'll be expecting the second group to really be working with their groups as level 1 delegates. And then as a chief delegate, I'll be trying to just represent all of that consensus as a chief delegate. But besides that, I would really like to see a supermajority consensus somehow achieved in the early part of this season on what actually is the purpose and the chief aim of this organization. It could be layered. I don't really care what it is at this point. I just want to know, and then I want to shape and mold the organization to meet whatever that is. So we might need to determine who the active members are and who the inactive members are in order to honestly come to a supermajority consensus, and we might need to figure out ways to do that. I'll probably begin working to help host co-host weekly meetings to do breakout rooms. I know a lot of people probably don't have time for that, but I think that's one thing that could help is if people just show up to a meeting, come to consensus in their group about what the intent of this organization is, pick someone to present that. And if we do that for a few weeks, I think we could get a nice curation if we get enough participation on what people think the chief aim of this organization is. I think in addition to that, we need to do things in, beyond just meetings. And I think that's the trickiest thing, is just deciding what this thing is. I don't know if other people agree with me on that, but the people in the rooms that I was in today seem to kind of agree that it would be better if we could just decide what the chief aim is. There's more that I'd like to say, but I guess I'll just pause there for now.
Yeah, awesome, Josh. Patrick, take it away.
Yeah, baby. Absolutely, yeah, baby. That's a great momentum. I am very happy to be with Joshua Simo into the same term as chief delegate. That's mean a lot. And with Random Nobody, Nathan James, that's mean a lot too. So very happy to be with you guys and to do all the best that I can do to be very inclusive with Eden Fractal, Eden on EOS. That's what I was campaigning for. And that was paying attention of my fellow other members into my room. That sounds good to go to the next round. And when finally I was with Zach Goal, Rhett Auderpool, shout out to him, Xavier Fernandez also. I think that means something to try to join the circles together, Eden Fractal, Eden on EOS, and other circles. That's what as I see Eden going on. A lot of problems to improve into Eden on EOS as a protocol, create the correct processes, and do also recurrent meetings, updates. I will do videos of my chief delegates. I am a chief delegate, and I will do a video of all my chief delegates, as I do always. I will do updates. I don't want that we wait until the end of term 5 to know what is the update of Eden on EOS. So we need regular updates and say the things and improve the things. That's what I want to do. And thank you everyone that has voted for me. And I will do all what I can to do the best job as always here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick. Great to see you. Nathan, then Joe, and then Martin to give us a recap of group 3.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually very on board with Joshua. We ran on exactly the same thing. Actually, I didn't even run. I had no intention of being a city, but this is how the cards fell, right? But I'm all about singular focus for organizations. I think that having the ability for a group to rally behind something they truly believe in makes sure that that group gets what they need and gets what they want. I think that we've been trying to kind of massage this out of people in the chats recently, and there's a lot of different ways that people are aiming for Eden. They're pointing the direction of Eden because they joined at different times, and there were different directions for Eden throughout those different times. But I think underlying all of their different reasonings, there's probably something very emotional and raw and visceral that they're all trying to point towards. And I'd like for us to be able to discover what that is through different frameworks. So I mentioned this on the last call. There's a Start With Why framework by Simon Sinek, which is really good for discovering the why of an organization. I think we can start there. I definitely love the idea of breakout rooms, and I don't know if I'll be able to attend all of them, considering I'm on a very, very different time zone than most. But I'll definitely try to make as many as I can.
Awesome. Thanks, Nathan. Also, for all the delegates that were just in groups, I highly recommend going back and rewatching this community session. A lot of great things were talked about that I think is super relevant for the chief delegates and delegates to focus on, at least represented in the community that was here. So highly encourage that. I will pass it to Joe.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I didn't expect to arrive until this stage, and I thank everyone who voted for me. And you may know me because I founded EOS Asia and co-founded EOS Asia, EOS Go, and EOS X, which are all successful projects in the EOS ecosystem. And I decided to join because I feel like in this moment in time for EOS, we need more peace and resolution on what we need to do without more conflicts, governance conflicts and stuff like this. So I felt like this is the right moment to join and try to give a direction for EOS. And Eden is the right place to do that. In the last year, I've also been having the opportunity to experience the blockchain ecosystem through another point of view, which is like the NFT market in the Ethereum blockchain. And I've been really active there. And I feel like right now I can bring back into EOS a lot of knowledge on the direction that EOS should take in the future for the current trends. And I feel like I have a good understanding of what the future trends will be for EOS. Not for EOS, for the blockchain industry, but I believe that we can give those trends and those directions back into EOS. And I wanted also to try to reinvest a lot of the funds into the growth and development of EOS Go, which is one of the biggest platforms for news and blogs and knowledge for the EOS ecosystem. Because I believe that we can create, by creating more knowledge, we can impact the space, and it's going to create a better place for the EOS community and contribute to the overall success of the ecosystem. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Martin, you were not elected chief delegate, but maybe you can give us a recap of what happened in group 3 and
thanks, and congratulations to all the chief delegates. I'm partially the reason, and our group's partially the reason why there are just 4 and not 5 chief delegates for this one. So I had a little bit of issues in our group. We had Lenny, we had Marco Mackenbird Sparrow, and we had Nir, who was, I think, for the first time participating here. So the reason I had was just a simple UI thing that didn't load for the whole time for me. Just after the election was over, it started like loading for me, but then it was too late, obviously. So we didn't build consensus for that matter. It was not that we had like really hostile conversations going on. We had basically 2 really great content creators, like with the EOS briefings and the Eden recaps. Both of them are very, very dedicated, and I would have loved for both of them to move forward. But yeah, that was just what I wanted to share. When I tried, so kudos to Luca building the upvote bot that helped me getting the link for joining Zoom later. So that helped really like getting immediately access to all the Telegram links and Telegram channels to the people that were in my group. That helped a lot. Unfortunately, when I tried then when my UI didn't work, I was directed to blocks, and then the blocks was on a test net, and then I needed to change the ID there to figure this out. Took me a little bit too long. So that's something we can improve on. And I made screenshots along the way to all send this to Luca, and hope for the next one.
Just to shift direction here, all the technical feedback, just get to the tech guys, just the social feedback that the 60 of us listening to would benefit from hearing. No, do you have anything left from the group on why the consensus wasn't reached, or what was the general aim? Actually, Mockingbird, you got your hand up for this too. If anyone from group 3 wants to share as well, put your hand up, and then I'll give it to Jesse and any other current chief delegates if you would like to speak as a pass-off on something the community would be aware of, something the current CDs that are just taking over need to be aware of. There could be a moment for you, and Jesse, I'll include you in on that. So if any other chief delegates want to speak, put your hand up. So Mockingbird.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
I think the issue was we didn't have someone who wasn't as committed to move forward. And coupled with Lenny and I coming from similar positions. Near, I don't know if he's here, but he was driving a lot of the time. I think he was able to hear us well. His position was different, but had we had Martin there, I believe we probably would have reached consensus because of his unique opinion. He tried to get us there, but he wasn't able to vote, and that kind of extended the conversation, and then it got cut short, and we just, that was it. But again, it wasn't hostile or anything.
Can I just interject a question real quick on that? I've heard that because Martin wasn't able to vote, this changed things, but was Martin in the call and able to express his opinion verbally?
Yes.
So
yes, I came like 15 minutes late, and then I immediately told everybody, hey, since I have UI issues, we need to have you basically agree all on one person. So this is where the direction should go, so that we kind of, if everybody that's running needs to basically give their vote to one person, so we have the critical mass to move forward. But
I mean, from my point of view, it's not on you at all, really, because the three of them could have still reached consensus to send somebody forward had they decided to.
I could have leveraged my vote.
You could have, but you would have just been, that would have made 2 votes for one person. Anyway, just interesting that you're feeling very responsible for this. But I feel like it's a very large group, issue. Anyway.
I'm glad that only one group didn't reach consensus, because one of the scenarios I played out, I think I shared it with Brandon, was if so we had 5 groups in round 2. If 2 of them did not reach consensus and we were left with 3 CDs, that would make it impossible to have a 2/3 plus 1 consensus on the board multi-sig. Mm-hmm. So I'm glad it was only this one room that couldn't reach consensus.
Well, you would have needed all 3, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. It would. You'd just need full consensus on all of them, but it would not be ideal.
So if one CD, something happened to them, that's it.
Yes, correct. That's and this is something that needs to be considered for future elections, is what would happen in that scenario. Like if we come up with the guidelines before it happens, then when it does happen, we have a playbook.
And it's a reverse incentive, because if we're too polarized, which means the community can't reach consensus, then we actually concentrate power more and more. So it's like we drive ourselves towards autocracy, the less consensus we can reach. So it is interesting, and maybe that's what we need. If we're a divided community, maybe we do need a strong leader to get us out of it. So the social thing is interesting. And then we want to design our tools around whatever social process we're actually trying to optimize for.
Essentially what happened in our group was we had 3 people. Martin had voiced for Lenny, but hadn't totally committed to it. So we needed a unanimous between us 3. And that was an issue since each of us had our points of view. We just didn't have enough time to get through that. But think of the room as having 3 people that had strong opinions, and another one who was sort of undecided, making it a room of 3 people, which is not part of the fractal process that we know it.
Well, very interesting. More for the CDs to consider and other delegates on the election process and how we can make this a little bit smoother. Great stuff. Brandon, do you have anything you would like to share with your hand up?
Well, I was just going to say that in the past, one thing we've done at this point in the game is we've asked I know each CD is kind of spoken individually, but we've kind of, in the past, we don't have to do this today, but we've just put them together and said, have your first meeting, essentially, like talk together and share about how you see things going forward. And then we all shut up for a little while. And so I'm just putting that forward as one possible scenario for how this could go. And I know Jesse also has his hand up, so I just wanted to make sure he gets to say whatever he wanted to say before we.
And can I do it a little bit differently?
Yeah, you can do it differently.
Because the CDs are going to have lots of meetings together, which I think are going to be fantastic. But there's 60 of us here. So I'd love to crowd sense to the CDs. So maybe this is an opportunity for you as a member of this community to be able to speak to the CDs and really tell them something that you find to be important. Please stay away from personal projects. Again, speak from the perspective of what's going to serve Eden the most, this community, our advancement, the challenges you see that are the biggest challenges. Keep it related to the community as a whole, unless your individual projects. You can spam the CDs on Telegram and beg for funding there. But please don't do it in the group where there's 60 of us. So before we get into that, Jesse, you did have your hand up, and then I'll go through an order of hands.
Yeah, I won't do the CD thing, but I did want to just verbalize what just recently happened, a great moment. We officially completed phase 1 of the civil protection service that we want to offer other communities. This has been a lot of work. I want to thank the Adenia team, Luca, Mo, and Sajid. This was the core team. If you check your eos.atomichub.io, uncheck whitelist, you will see that you got a non-transferable NFT. We're calling it a soulbound token. If you voted in the election, if you voted twice in the election, you have 2 of them. And this is the first phase, which is now complete. I'm very, very happy right now that we actually got it done in 3 months. And so just a great moment. And we did it, guys. So onward from here. Thanks.
Congrats. Thanks to Lars for the artwork. And
Lars. Yes, and Lars for the artwork. Oh, and the crow. So the crow, so we kind of wrote it on the description, but the crow was chosen because it's a symbol of protection. We're talking about civil protection. And Lars has a pet crow in his backyard. So he's very adept at drawing crows. And so we went with the crow, and hope you guys like it. And yeah, maybe one thing for the next CDs, you can just ping Lars. You could change election to 6 instead of 5, or you can create your own artwork. This is set up now, so for every single election, if you vote, you get another SBT. The reason why we do it in every election, because a certain client perhaps wants a really hard civil, so maybe they want their users to go to 2 elections in a row, and it's totally modifiable by them. Or maybe a client just wants 1. You need at least 1. So we're going to do this every election now. We've got the code set up. It's all running. And so, yeah. If you want to
bring in something from the comments, they said we could do a different piece of artwork for every election. It could also be around the theme for that election. So the previous one being around the civil protection and removal of community members. That's really protection oriented. This next one really seems to be about identity and figuring out who we are. So maybe we could pick a symbol to that. Also for the crow is around collective intelligence, in my opinion, because crows are hyper intelligent species. They communicate with each other. They share with each other patterns like how to take nuts and put them in front of like red lights. And then the red light turns green, the cars drive over them, crash the nuts and open them up for them. And then during the red light, they'll fly back down and pick them up. Super intelligent species. And that's our next goal for this is hyper intelligence. So that's the next stage that I'd like to set here. We have community members. You could put your hand up. Anyone in this chat, if you have some question, you would ask the current CDs. So Joe, Nathan, Joseph, and Joshua, if you put your hands up too, then you'll be up in the recording. You guys can respond. However, I don't want this to be an ego contest where every CD feels like they want to respond and just to speak. So please only respond if you really feel like you have a response to whoever was asking a question. And if only 2 CDs respond to each question, that's kind of what we're aiming for. So we can go through a lot of stuff. Before I keep going, does any of the current CDs that just got elected want to change that facilitation style or narrative at all before we keep going? That was a lot. I was asking if you wanted to change the game that we're about to play. But if none, then this is how we'll go. So Martin, you got your hand up. You'll be the first one. You can ask the current chief delegate something, and then CDs, you can respond.
Okay. So one thing that's also just started in the chat where Andrew said CDs should invite lower level delegates to weekly calls. And got a lot of agreement there. My question would be, and that's something that I suggested in the first round, since we have more layer 1 delegates in this one, I wanted to have bi-weekly calls of the layer 1 delegates and then maybe signal whatever we build consensus in this group to the delegates. And I wanted to know from delegates if this would be interesting, the signal to the chief delegates. And also tell everybody here that there's a layer one to reach out to me so we can facilitate this call, bi-weekly fashion, I would say makes sense. Especially since we're one chief delegate short for this season because of not consensus building in round 3. Maybe that makes sense to have like one layer one, not delegate there, or at least a signal and some representation. That would be the question, if this would be useful for the chief delegates as a signal from the layer one delegates. That's it. Somebody wants to answer?
Yeah, I'll jump in there. I think definitely the chief delegates should have their weekly meetings as normal. I think all delegates should have a meeting, and chief delegates should try to participate in that. I don't know if they necessarily need to run it per se. I guess there's maybe different ways to approach that meeting format. But aside from meetings, which I think are valuable, and there's a case to be made for having lots of well formatted meetings. However, I think what I would really like to see is, like, I will be primarily communicating with the people who put me here and figuring out what do each of those groups agree on are the main points that they want represented. And then I'll be communicating back to them from the chief delegates or from like my second round group to my first round group and down. So I'll be representing the communication. And that's what I encourage everyone else to do.
Great response. Does any other CDs have an answer for Martin before we go to the next question? Okay, so we'll go to Sebastian.
Yeah, my question, it's not really a question, it's more like a suggestion of mine, because I think that it's really important that we, I'm not sure if we get to 1,000 members or more until the next election, but I think it's critical that the member portal and the infrastructure around it gets designed in a way that makes it more easy to onboard people, that the rules around that are more clear, like the induction process has to be improved, in my opinion, and the member portal also should be a little bit more user-friendly in the sense of creating the Zoom link, for example. I know people are working on this already, but I think this is like very important that we set like the infrastructure in the way that we are attractive enough to attract over 1,000 people to this Eden, because I think we have proven it right that this can be a very effective worker proposal system. And now the next step would be to induct more people, to get more people involved, and then we can approach like this next phase, maybe in taking governance steps, and I think if we are just under Dunbar's number of participation, then we don't have this kind of credibility to talk about governance of the EOS chain. That's just my opinion and what I want to say to the chief delegates.
Yeah, does any chief delegates have a response to that? As a previous chief delegate, some feedback we wanted to give you, Sebastian, and EOS support was that the Eden elections themselves is potentially being the first place that people come into the EOS community. So having a dedicated probably side group in the Zoom calls where EOS support is hosting it for tech support on getting used to Anchor, etc., that could be really powerful. And then Eden is maybe an onboarding for EOS in general, which is also how we strengthen the EOS community, we help grow it, etc. So that was one of the previous chief delegates kind of discussion and some of the thoughts that we had about it, and where Eden could actually go. Instead of Eden just being some percentage, a smaller percentage of the EOS community, Eden is actually helping grow EOS. And these election processes. These are exciting. This is, we can bring in a lot of really intelligent, really awesome people through Eden because of this process. But that also means this is the first place where, you know, people see what EOS is all about. So it's really up to us to show EOS's best foot forward and have EOS support here to really help a bunch of newbies through the process. So that was my just feedback from a chief delegate point of view. Does any of the other CDs currently want to speak to this?
Yeah, I agree that I noticed the process of joining as a chief delegate or like as a delegate and into the Eden system. It's a little bit hard, and yes, it needs to be more user friendly. Zoom links need to be more easy to create and more easy to vote, etc. Like in the last round, I noticed some people had some difficulties on voting, but I also think that it's a good thing that Eden is like this big DAO on EOS, and everyone is focusing. All the new people joining EOS can see Eden as a successful decentralized organization. But at the same time, we also need to focus on onboarding people through actual decentralized applications and the games and NFTs, etc. We cannot just keep ourselves on the same lane of governance. That's my opinion. But yes, we need to improve. We need to improve on the usability of Eden too.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Joe. Mohammed, we'll take it to you for a question.
First of all, guys, just a reminder for all the delegates and the chief delegates that I've been running the Delegates channel in Telegram for a few seasons now. So you'll be receiving, if you're not already in that channel, you'll be receiving an invitation. So that's a place for everyone to coordinate and have these bi-weekly meetings or whatever need be. And if anyone wants to take over ownership or any of that, since I'm no longer a delegate, I'm more than happy to pass it on to anyone else or to the chief delegates themselves for them to control. Reach out to me. That's one thing. The other thing I was going to ask the chief delegates was, so governance or WPS, what do you guys see Eden is? And based on that, what infrastructure do you guys think Eden needs? And what do you plan to do to build that?
Ooh, awesome question. So kicking it off with a good one. So just to recap, CDs, are we a worker proposal system? Are we a decentralized governance system? If yes to either of those, what do you think is the most important tools that we need to create this round? Is that about right? Just wanted to reiterate the same way.
That's about right.
Perfect. Then CDs, take it away.
I'd love to repeat what I said actually in the first round, which apparently is the reason that I'm a CD now. I don't presume at all to know what Eden is. I would far prefer to reach out to the community that is Eden and start to truly identify and understand what Eden as a whole thinks it is, so that we can make those clear decisions and discover that role together, instead of having somebody again from the top down say, hey, here's what I think we are. And then in 3 months, somebody else is going to say, hey, here's what I think we are. And then we just keep going around and around and around. I'd much prefer this to come from the bottom up. I'm not much of a talker, I think, as a lot of you have noticed. So I very much prefer to listen to what other people are saying and make decisions based on that input.
I think that answer is clear why you made it to CD. We're not going to go back and forth, Mohammed, just yet until all the CDs have a chance to respond. Then I'll give it to you to reflect. So Joshua, Patrick, any other responses to this?
I just want to echo what Nathan said. I'll be listening to the community and trying to basically continue what I think you've done a good job of, Reiki, in terms of trying to sense and feel what everybody wants. I'm really looking to somehow demonstrate a supermajority consensus, even if it's layered and there's like a roadmap and stuff. I want to know what that singular focus is. Otherwise, I don't think I really want to be a part of the organization going forward if we don't figure out what that is. That was my original reason for resigning the first time, was that there wasn't a singular focus. So I've come back in hopes that things are moving in that direction based on what I see happening in the ecosystem. And kind of like Nathan, I didn't really intend to be here until kind of last minute. I decided, okay, I'm just going to do it and see if I can make a significant difference. So that's the number one priority for me, but I'll also be representing my groups that put me here. Even if I don't fully agree with my own personal opinion with what our group consensus is, I'm going to be representing it because I think that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't have a strong opinion either way. I just want to know what it is.
I love that answer too. And again, it's pretty clear why you made it to chief delegate. Awesome. Mohammed, back to you if you want to add on to this before we go to next.
Yeah, just wanted to ask, because I'm hearing consensus in that the decision is to ask the community, but what infrastructure or which way, what do you guys plan to do to ask the community? In what ways will you be asking them? What kind of initiatives will you guys be undertaking to get this opinion from the community?
Joshua.
Well, two methods I see are we can in addition to the member chat, we can have weekly meetings and use breakout rooms where the breakout rooms come to consensus on what the purpose is, and then so they pick someone to present that to the main group, and we just do that a few times. Another way is every delegate just communicates with each of their groups and determines the consensus and just reports that consensus.
Yeah, second that. Also a little bit of asynchronous workshopping. So you could think of it like trying to do a workshop meeting in a company where you try to decide a decision. I'll put up a Figma where people can just come in, start messing around with things, putting their votes on it, dropping down their ideas, and then we'll all take that together and see if we can find something that is underpinning everything that everybody believes in. Because I think that whether it's a worker proposal system or a governance system, there is actually something underneath both of those, which is the same thing. And it's possible that all of the directions that the community is trying to shoot for is really just one thing, but we don't know what that thing is yet. And that's what I'd really like to discover, but we won't be able to do that until we iterate a little bit within the community and see how that's possible.
Yep. Awesome, Nathan. We're going to move on to the next question, which is Edgar. Your hand up.
Hey, how's it going? First, thank you so much to everybody for hosting this. And I think every time we have a successful election, let's not take that for granted. There's a lot behind the scenes and a lot of people putting a lot of effort in to make this happen. So I think it's a day to celebrate too that this actually worked, right? Because it's always a stress reliever when we get the delegates selected, and it demonstrates that this process works. So congratulations to everybody, and congratulations to the new CDs, and thanks again for our MCs and co-hosts today. For the new CDs is, this has been one of the elections where we've had way more participation and activity from ENF and its members, and I think that's great. And of course, we have now a CD who is part of the ENF and several L1 delegates. What do you think, what do you think the relationship is with the ENF currently? And what do you think it should be, considering that before it was our only benefactor? That's changed, obviously. And a lot of CDs started their term by having a call with the ENF. So to reiterate my question, what do you think the relationship is currently, and what do you think it should be? Thank you very much.
It's a very good question. What the ENF thinks the relationship should be with Eden, I think, is completely irrelevant. I'd rather ask the question, what does Eden think the relationship should be with the ENF?
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. What you, or the CDs right now, Eden, what do you think the relationship is with the ENF? It should be. Not the other way around. I would have to ask the ENF for that. But for the CD group now, what do you think it is currently? And what do you think it should be? That's my question. Thank you.
That's a good question.
I can also expand the question, and we can expand every question the same way. If you don't have a clear opinion, and instead you have multiple opinions, so you're not taking one particular stance yet, this could be a space for you to sense make on that topic. So if you see 3 or 4 different perspectives on it, you could also share it. Joshua, got a hand up.
Well, I've been here since the beginning, so I've heard most things. I think the ENF has been very supportive and patient of this organization. I think they maybe would have been even more supportive if the members, use their democratic mandate through chief delegates or otherwise to ask for more support. And I think they've been a great benefactor. I think Yves has been very clear in his statements a lot of times about the relationship. And so I don't like I remember in one of the last seasons, Yves was saying things like, oh, now my memory's going blank, but the ENF is here to support Eden, but we're not trying to influence what Eden is, pretty much is my paraphrasing. And so I think there's more support there to be had if Eden kind of gets itself together. I think it's challenging for the ENF and the EOS network to support Eden if Eden doesn't have more crystal clarity on what it is. To them, it might just look confusing or irresponsible if I try to put myself in their seat. So the funding to this point has kind of been to figure out what the heck this thing is, and it's about time that we do that.
Any other CDs have a response reflection on this?
Yes. I think if we want to have attention of ENF or any other org, we need first to have a purpose in our circle, that is Eden on EOS. As I have campaigned for and repeat a lot of time, we need to grow our circle before to expect something from someone else or pry and cry, please give us some funds. We have to first do the things for our own, and that's not egoist. That's very accountable, responsible to find our perimeter, our purpose. And there are many purposes for Hidden on EOS. I think it's very sandboxing, and we are figuring out what that could be, and we need to involve the community for that. Like Nathan was stating, I am aligned with that. That should come from the community, or from the bottom to the top, and we have to collaborate with the community. We cannot just pick around some chief delegates and delegate level 1 and forget about the rest of the community. So that's very important, the communication. We have the tools, we have the platforms, we need to do regular meetings, and let's engage the people into Eden on EOS. That's what I want to do, that's what I am here, and I'm very happy to be with Nathan, Joshua, and I don't remember the other name, but I'm very happy to be with all those delegates. And yeah, we cannot answer straight away now, and no stress. That's never good to answer on the stress. We just need to do the things going forward. We can do mistakes sometimes, but we have to come back to the line and find the best way. So that's what we want. I think all here.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick.
I think, can I talk?
Who's? Oh, Joe.
Oh, Joe. Yeah. Should I wait?
Put your hand up so you're up on the panel.
Okay. Wait.
And then please keep going.
Okay. For me, it's clear that the ENF has had a positive impact on the EOS ecosystem over the past year. And the organization has demonstrated a commitment to supporting and promoting the growth of the development of EOS. So also its efforts have contributed to the overall success for the ecosystem in the past year. Given this, it will make sense for Eden to be supportive of any positive organization that are working towards the success of EOS. By aligning the organization by aligning EOS, Eden with organizations that share similar values and goals, Eden can work towards a common vision and contribute toward the overall success of the EOS blockchain and ecosystem, I think.
I'm going to share my super biased opinion that I'm pretty much loving this chief delegate selection. You guys are going to do a lot of great work, I imagine. Brandon, as co-host, I'm actually going to skip the line and give it to you to speak up and bring your perspective.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to, well, Joe kind of nailed it there, I think, with it's about alignment. And, I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to there's a bit of text we include in every blog we publish on the ENF, and you'll find it all over our website. And it says, the EOS Network Foundation is a not-for-profit organization that coordinates financial and non-financial support to encourage the growth and development of the EOS network. The ENF is the hub of the EOS network, harnessing the power of decentralization as a force for positive global change to chart a coordinated future for EOS. Now, those aren't just empty words that we put on the blog. That is a statement from the ENF, and that coordinates financial and non-financial support to encourage the growth and development of the EOS network. I think the Eden org, the Eden on EOS, is very aligned with that very same purpose, and moving together, being able to coordinate and move together on that common purpose, to align on that common purpose, I think is something that we can easily agree on, that unites us. So that's all I really wanted to share. I think it's been said multiple different ways. And of course, the history, I think, speaks for itself, and the support that Eden has received in this journey so far. So I'll leave it at that.
Epic. And Winfred, I'm pulling you back up, actually, because if your comment is connected to all of this, please share it now and keep it relevant.
Yeah, for sure. So for me, it was more a request for the CDs. During my round, Nathan was in my round, I opted out of running, and I said I was interested in a CD who would look at the ecosystem holistically. So not just trying to advance the cause of Eden, but the entire network. That is extremely important. And Brandon pretty much just said what I'm saying now. So I just think that, when it comes to proposals, there's been a proposal. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but it was kind of risky for the network from several different kinds of angles. So my request to the CDs is to just bear in mind, Eden does not stand on its own. There is an entire EOS network that has to come into consideration when, working on projects and making decisions of all kinds. And congrats to everyone who made it today.
Do any of other CDs want to opine on what was shared before we keep going with questions? Awesome. Then I will send it to Elias for your question.
Thanks, Ricky, and everybody. Congratulations, everyone. So my question, and this is a question, not a request for action. And actually, it dovetails with Brandon when he just said. So Dan Larimer has moved on and created the fractally process, which is essentially, well, it seems to me like Eden 2.0. So the question is, what do you guys think about that process generally? Also, that process seems more focused on development in community and getting work done. So yeah, what do you guys think about that? And also, I just thought about this while Brandon and when you mentioned it. What about the other groups on EOS other than Eden? What do you think about those? And that's it.
Elias, just a clarity question. Other groups, do you have some examples of what do you mean by that?
I think EOS Respect, Eden Fractally is kind of part of Eden, Dancing Joy and everybody that's in there. But yeah, other, the ones that are kind of using more of the new Fractally process. I don't know if there's any other communities out there, what is Eden, right? Back to that question. But other communities out on EOS other than Eden.
I think what makes a community is the community. And at the moment, this is really the biggest one, right? So I don't want to get into the leaders and all of that. Like, people leading the community have a big impact on a community becoming a community. But right now, if you look around, there are 75 people, I think, on this call. That's a large number. This is the first time in the 5 years of EOS, I guess, have I been in a room with this many EOS faces. It's a wonderful, amazing thing. And another piece of software isn't going to trump that. It's the people underneath it that really bring it all together. So if it becomes something that we end up requiring, and I don't think it is right now, but if the software ends up being something that is either something that Eden requires or is beneficial to Eden as the process, then it's naturally adopted. It's all open source anyway. But right now, I think that before we figure out what we're all doing here, it's not really the right time to be looking at other things that might compound. I said this in the second call. If Eden got $10 million right now, what would Eden do with it? It would just go and do the same things it's doing right now. The same thing for software. If we got the most amazing software for fractal governance, what would we do with it? Same things we're doing right now. So first, let's figure out, the underlying principles of everything here. And then we'll take that next step.
Yep, awesome. Any other CDs?
Yeah, I agree with what Nathan mentioned. I personally am very interested in all the different mechanisms that are being developed and all the different ways they're being deployed, and I'd like to see more collaboration, almost like a DAO plus working group is what I've been thinking maybe needs to happen at some point, just to bring all of the minds together. However, for this particular organization, I think we first need to establish what the chief aim is among the supermajority, and then just customize things to that. But just to clarify, Eden right now, currently the consensus mechanism selects for delegates to some degree based on reputation, but also it tends to be based on promises of what you're going to do with that delegate power. And other mechanisms like Eden Fractal and Fractally and maybe Eden Fractal is innovating respect. I forget the name of the community, or I don't want to say names I'm maybe not supposed to say yet, but other communities like what EOS Support is doing might be doing hybrid combinations. And I think ultimately for most organizations, they would maybe want, like maybe you want a process of selecting delegates and you have a use for that role, but maybe you also want a way of incentivizing contributors. And so this other mechanism that is being hinted at is a mechanism of rewarding people based on peer review for things that they have actually done. And so it works a little bit differently. And I think there's maybe a role for members, delegates, and contributors, depending on what this organization is going to do. But I think for organizations in general, I think that might, or for DAOs, sub-DAOs, whatever, that might work really well.
So in an attempt at a brief summary, Nathan said, what makes a community is the community. And Josh, what you just brought in is we can bring in more tools to help coordinate that community in between elections. So it's not just elections where we go and participate and select a few people to lead us and do their thing. Throughout the seasons, we can actually keep doing this governance process and continue to contribute and build community. Awesome direction you guys are headed. Did I get that right or was I wrong? Yeah, pretty spot on. Cool. Then we're going to keep flowing with questions. Hernan.
Hi guys. First of all, I want to congratulate all the chief delegates. I think we have a great set of chief delegates from what I'm seeing. I'm super proud of you, and that also is proof that there is something behind the Eden upload process that simply works. So kudos to all of those, to all of who participated. Now, there's a double question I want to ask. One is, although the chief delegates get a lot of visibility, and you got those, the meetings, of course, there's the layer one delegates generally tend to be, get lost, or everyone doing their own thing. So the first question is, do you have a plan to try to organize those layer one delegates in some way or capacity? Now, the other question that I want to ask the chief delegates is, do you think that Eden should remain sustaining based on purely on donations, or do you think it's worth it to set up a plan that maybe can make Eden like sustainable, profitable, and be able to, stand on its own?
Yeah, two really great questions. To re-summarize and reflect, we're going to take two different spaces for this. So the first question is layer one delegates and organizing them. There's also 53 people on this call right now, and you can speak directly to them and the people who might be watching this and it being streamed to. How can they get involved? So if you're a layer one delegate, Hernan was asking, what's the next steps from a CD's point of view of getting them involved? And if you're a member, maybe this is more for Joshua too, how do other members get involved? So any CDs want to take that?
I'd like to point out that for anyone participating today, if you get involved with that UpBot tool in Telegram, that has automatically organized everybody into groups, and those groups are perfect for communicating and coming to consensus together. And if somebody's not in your group and you're already in one of those automated groups that have been created, you could just simply get them in there. You might have to have them add you as a contact to invite you or something, but in terms of delegates communicating and members from round one who voted for a level one delegate, that's probably the best way to right now be communicating as delegates and people who participated here today.
Sorry, Josh, that's great. I wanted to, my question was actually more top down rather than bottom up. Like, are you guys thinking of, maybe you didn't have it planned before, but maybe now, are you thinking of, okay, how am I going to leverage the level one delegates to get organized in some way?
Do you mean like in addition to those different smaller groups, having a main group for the delegates and then a main group for the chief delegates? One thing I've been thinking is maybe some of the conversation that happens privately with the chief delegates, maybe that should be more of a all Eden member conversation, or maybe at least the Eden member should have visibility of what the delegates are talking about, so they can more easily kind of comment on it. I don't know how others feel about that, but sometimes I feel like separating the conversation from the main chat, especially if we move the chat or whatever we have to do to enable topics in there, it could become more dynamic. Like in the case of developing bylaws, it could be more participation if it wasn't happening privately among the chief delegates, or at least if there was oversight. Like I don't really like Discord that much, but it has different features. In Discord, you could have a channel where only the chief delegates can speak in there, but everyone can see it, or only delegates can mention something, but everyone can see it, and maybe everyone can react to it, like those kind of settings. So I think it'd be interesting to give more visibility.
So Nathan James has to leave in 7 minutes, and we are also at the hour for our post hour. So why don't we do this? We've got 4 chief delegates. Why don't you give a 2-minute speech each on anything you would like to say to the community? That will take us to the 10-minute mark. We can see our head chief delegate and we can start closing it out from there. So whoever as a chief delegate wants to go first, take it away. Maybe to Nathan first.
Why'd you give me first?
Speak for 10 minutes, but you can speak for 2.
I can speak for, can I? I'm not sure. Really, I'm just, I'm excited to have the ability to play a part here to help find out what the true reason that a lot of you believe that Eden is here for, and that to help bring that to fruition. To what Hernan said, I won't be dealing with any of that kind of stuff. I will have a singular focus on trying to get that mission done so that it can potentially be available for the next CDs or whatever other things we want to do once that mission is accomplished. Because I think that that will really change or drive Eden into whatever it is that Eden wants to be. So figuring that out first is top priority for me.
Awesome. Thanks, Nathan. Maybe to Joshua.
Yeah, I'm going to be reporting on the consensus of the people that put me here. And I'm going to be attempting to help the other delegates do that. So I'll be trying to help the other delegates get organized. I'll be looking to either facilitate or co-facilitate a series of weekly meetings. So there's no shortage of opportunity to make sure that your voice is being heard and your opinion is being documented and that kind of stuff. That's really my first mission is kind of similar to what Nathan is saying. I think we need a mechanism to determine what the supermajority consensus is. And I think it's kind of supposed to be these elections, but it's just unfortunate that we just don't have a little more of a true north, and we have such a mixed culture that I think at this point we need to refresh and figure out what is the supermajority opinion on what this organization is focused on. And it needs to be simple enough, like big enough that's exciting, but like simple enough and believable that it's something that can be achieved in the next few years.
Okay, I will go next. So first of all, thank you for having voted for me, and I'm really grateful to be a chief delegate. And to answer Hernan before for its question, as a way to mobilize the layer 1 delegates, I think I didn't think of it clearly before, but just like thinking of it while we were talking about it, I think we can identify first of all the key delegates, and in the first step, since this is the first step, like to proceed with something like this, and we can include influential delegates, leaders of the community, or like developers with a strong following, and we can establish communication channels, set clear goals and objectives, encourage collaboration between the delegates, the layer 1 delegates. And I think by following this kind of steps, it should be possible to effectively mobilize the layer 1 delegates and work towards the success of EOS.
Awesome. Patrick, you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, again, but the first thing that I will do in a couple of days, I will do the chief delegate interviews, as I do every time. So that will be the good opportunity to hear from Joe, Nathan, and Joshua what are their goals for this Eden election term 5, myself included. And that will go a good interview, a good package that everyone can go back and hear what are the intent testifying, the action that we want to do, and the delivery, because it's all about intent testifying, action, and delivery. So that's what I do, those interviews. That's the first action that I will do. And also make sure that we have a good communication between the CDs, like Joshua mentioned, and the rest of the community. I think we are all aligned on that. That's not enough to be connected. That's very important to be aligned. So that's what we will do here. If I resume in one sentence, go alignment in Eden election term 5, more alignment. And continue to improve the tool, the upvote bot. Shout out to Luca. That's a very nice tool, and that's let the possibility to engage with emails, with remind the people. I will not be here today if there was not the upvote bot. I will be late. So thank you for the upvote bot, and we have to improve the tools that we have and continue the experience, do the things. Let's do the things.
Awesome. I'm personally looking forward to the Pat Novajoy interview. So if you can definitely do that from your
That's not
side,
change anything. I continue to do always what I say.
I would love to see you interview
You can
yourself.
be sure. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, who's going to interview Pat Novajoy?
No, I want him to interview himself.
Pat Novajoy.
I could
So
do my
right
best
now,
impression.
Do always what he say. That's my virtual assistant. Yes.
Excellent. Nathan has to go right now. If you also have to run, that is fine. Right now is a good exit opportunity for people who want to stick around. We can answer questions for the next hands that are up. So Dan and Michael, you still have your hands up. If anyone else has something to ask for the remaining chief delegates, whoever sticks around, feel free to put your.
Well, maybe we should schedule, while all the CDs are still here, we should schedule a call with them. Or we could do it later on Telegram, but maybe it'd be a good time now.
Let's do it on Telegram, because thank you for the reminder. My wife will be the next reminder. I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, James. Thank you. See you soon.
Then yes, maybe we can wrap up. The CDs just did theirs. We do have two more hands. So CDs, it's up to you. Do you want to answer two more questions then close, or should we close it right now?
Yeah, I'll definitely stick for a couple more questions.
I too.
Well, also the head chief delegate hasn't been selected yet. Normally we stay on until that happens. And it's like still kind of like around
49
a little
minutes.
less than an hour. Yeah, 40 minutes.
9 minutes.
49.
49 minutes.
49 minutes. Okay. Yeah, because I'm actually on a tight schedule too. I can stay for 10 more minutes.
No one needs to stay, but that's when it happens.
Then as the current facilitator, I will say let's have these last two questions, and then we will recoup for the next chief delegates versus chief delegates, because I know that call wants to happen where there's the pass-off call. We can do that in a StreamYard or something else where it could be streamed. The community can ask questions, and we can have another round like this where we can engage the current and previous chief delegates. So with that being said, we'll pass it to Dan for your last question, and Michael.
Okay, great. Thank you, Reiki. And congratulations to the chief delegates, Joshua and Joe and Patrick and Nathan. I'm really stoked about our progress so far and thrilled to be listening to all the calls and working with you all. And I'm really excited for the interviews on the Crypto channel too. Thank you, Patrick, for doing those for every season so much. I gave a little bit of a speech before, and there was a lot of great discussions too in the hour that the delegates were in the breakout room. So I encourage the delegates to go back and listen to everyone's thoughts there. Two questions I had. And I suppose you can pick either one because I don't want to take up too much time. Just briefly before I get to the questions, I just want to also just share a little bit of just the thing that I think deserves to be said, and I think many people know it, but what we're doing here is far bigger than any of us or our tight community, and this is profoundly helpful for the world and humanity and everybody's future. We're pioneering processes that can empower all communities and help make the best experience possible for everybody. So I just want to put that out there to the chief delegates. This is a big opportunity and responsibility. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what you all do, as well as the whole Eden community. The questions I had, one, we kind of touched upon it a bit, thanks to Elias's question, but I was wondering how you think the Eden Fractal can help Eden define a mission. I know that Joshua and Nathan talked about that, as well as build consensus and foster collaboration and help evolve our cooperating systems as we move forward. And then the second question I had was, what do the chief delegates think about the implications and the opportunities for Eden regarding real-time artificial intelligence, AI videos that are in the coming months? Thank you.
I'll take the first question. I think doing regular meetings, like at least weekly, where we go into breakout rooms with whoever the participants are, but there might need to be different time zones because people are all over the place. So we might need to accommodate different meeting times based on time zones and availability to get the most participation. But if we can put people in small groups and breakout rooms, and that breakout room achieves consensus on, like right now, I think some of us agree that Eden needs to come to an opinion on what it's focused on, what it's like a singular focus, and the groups can come to consensus on that. They can pick someone to represent their consensus, and those people can then present that to the group. It can all be recorded and documented and concisely, put into written form. And then we could run that process again for a couple more weeks, and we can kind of correlate everything and see what are the common denominators. And then maybe that's not only, like, that alone is not good enough, but I think that's one mechanism that relates to Eden Fractal. In addition to that, I think we can use our groups that we already had for these elections to do a similar kind of process, and just determine, like, okay, ask your group from the first round, among all of us here, what is our consensus on what the objective of this organization is, and filter it up. And those would be at least 2 data points that we could point to. And I'd be open to suggestions on what else could be done.
Go for it, Patrick.
Yeah, that's resonate with Joshua stated now with Eden Fractal, and myself being also into Eden Fractal and doing the Eden Fractal updates with Dancing Joy and Tadas Vaitikunas, Vlad, also that is very involved into Eden Fractal. We are meeting every week at 16 UTC on the Wednesday. We have the processes in place there. I think into the breakout room of 55 minutes, that could be the place where the people can come and make their contribution about what they have done for EOS in general, to contribute to EOS, but also the place to organize in a way that we can find the whys of Eden on EOS and try to arrive to a consensus. And also into those breakout rooms, there is always elected a delegate of the breakout room is elected a delegate, and this delegate has to represent the room and to come with new proposals, new consensus. So I think the process of Eden Fractal that we have experimenting since June, correct, Dan? June, July, something like this. We are in a good position to help Eden on EOS. We are in a good position to help other ecosystem. But if we have to think about one ecosystem, it's Eden on EOS. So Eden Fractal could be this catalyst to help Eden on EOS. So we have the tools, we have the processes. I think we have the platform. And by the way, we are building a platform model ecosystem. We have the brainstorming session every 2 weeks. Beside the Eden Fractal meeting, we have the brainstorming session where we go deeper into the proposal. So I think we have all the tools to make something good on this term 5 and beyond term 5, because it's not only about term 5. So that's resonate a lot with Joshua. Thank you.
So to clarify, just for me and maybe for others, but Joshua and Patrick, did you just share that you might be using the Eden Fractal system itself for, 1, coming up with the purpose of Eden, but then 2, also distributing funds? So the chief delegate worker proposal system to use the fractal process to distribute funds to the community for being part of that process. Is that correct? Because that also answers a question for members as a way of showing up and participating here. So I want to see if that's what you said or not.
Oh, if Eden Fractal has a system that's restricted to Eden members, and we could use their UI to have meetings, and it could all just be run through that system, and we could log the consensus on chain, I think that would be really cool to use. But otherwise, I'm just thinking like sinking ship. Let's do breakout rooms. Let's document our consensus. Yeah. Let's just figure it out, and we can enhance it with tools as appropriate.
Awesome. Joe, did you have anything? Sorry, go Patrick, and then Joe.
I would say the nature of the human is to do the things days after day, not just every 3 months or every 6 months. So that's normal to iterate every day, but at least every week. So it's good every week. And yeah, we don't want only to represent Eden Fractal and do the things on our own. We want to collaborate with other circles, and one of the circle is Eden on EOS. So it's clear that we want to help Eden on EOS. because it's beyond us. It's beyond us. And to come to the question, Reiki, about the funds, it's clear that we want to see the funds going where they have to go. I will never use I speak for myself as a chief delegate. I will not use the funds that I will receive to pay myself. I will use the funds to inject where that has to be injected. Like this, we make 1 + 1 = 3. That's a win-win for everyone. We want to strive Eden on EOS, and by striving Eden on EOS, we are striving EOS as a whole. So that's what I want, and I think there is no too much disalignment on that. But just to be very clear.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick. Joe.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask clarification on the second question. You said, what are the implications of AI towards a DAO, right?
Yeah, and I was specifically referring to the potential of artificial intelligence being able to generate video in real time. So potentially creating much more advanced Sybil attacks where somebody who looks like a person but is actually a bot could try to join an Eden community or communities who are using these similar processes that Eden is pioneering.
Yeah, I honestly, from my point of view, I see AI that AI could increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our organization if implemented, if used, of course, by the members, since it can automate tasks and maybe analyze data, etc. But there are also risks that we need to consider of using AI in a DAO. And yes, you mentioned about videos, but I still think, maybe I'm not an expert on that, but I still think that's improbable, right? We will notice something like that. But maybe we can have some concerns on the transparency and accountability of AI systems, particularly on making important decisions and or allocating resources of the DAO without us noticing it. But I still don't think that's something that's going to happen in the short term.
Thank you very much, Joe and Patrick and Joshua. I really appreciate all of your thoughtful responses. Thanks so much.
And Joe, if you could stick around for one more, or if you have to go now, I'll let you have a sign out and exit. Or one more question, up to you.
Yep, actually, I should go.
Okay. Cheers, Joe. Thank you. We'll go to Michael.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Hey, I wish I had the chance to ask Nathan the question directly, but I guess what I would say is to all of the CDs, I would just challenge you with the mandate. Yes, we need to achieve consensus, and that's what you've been essentially elected to do here, and I agree with that. But recognize that you are also, what am I trying to say now? I guess what I was trying to say fleets me. Never mind.
I think I know what you're trying to say. We have elected them for a reason, more or less, and so they should be able to use their own discernment to a degree, or
so beyond, so I guess thank you for that. My point is you were selected because you have wisdom beyond a majority vote. So the reason I selected Josh, for example, was because in the breakout rooms and through interacting with him across Eden over the past 2 years, or EOS over the past year and a half, 2 years, I grew to understand his decision-making processes and how that aligned with me. And so beyond just having understanding what the majority vote is, you have the wisdom to sift through those perspectives and sharpen the arrow. Because what has happened essentially is a ready, fire, aim approach. some organization injected funds into us because we had an idea, and that idea was some giant spread target, like a shotgun shell, essentially. And now what Josh and Nathan have what they have been talking about doing is now collimating all of those shots into an arrow, and then shooting forward with more acceleration and energy to be a successful organization. I think that's great. Use your wisdom. And the last thing I want to say is with that wisdom, I encourage you to have the mandate as follows. 1, grow the EOS as a network. 2, grow EOS price. And if you have that as like the underlying mandate, you'll do great. Thank you.
Josh, Patrick, do either of you want to respond to that?
Well, I'm listening, and I'll definitely take that to heart, and I'll continue to communicate with you a lot, Michael. So hopefully you don't get annoyed by me these next 3 months. But I appreciate your perspective, and I think I'm going to do a really good job these next 3 months demonstrating what a delegate is supposed to do. And as a member, I'm personally frustrated with the current state of things, even though a lot of progress has been made. And so I'm looking to alleviate that pain, to just enjoy being a member. And I like those. I especially like how in our room you mentioned to grow the network effect of EOS, is how you said it. I think that is pretty much like the most essential goal from a value creation standpoint that any organization could be focused on, is growing that network effect, because that means people are using EOS. And then probably the other thing that you mentioned, the price should go up if it's valuable.
Yeah, the network effect, I agree, is the primary objective. Yep. Thank you for clarifying that. Yep.
Patrick.
Yeah, on the network effect, that's a good point. When we do something, it's never good to wait until the end that we have all finished to finally promote something. We can promote parallelly during that we are iterating. So I think we have a good mechanism in place with EOSBs, the swarms. We have to use that more and more, and do the tweets between us. Not just count on the bees to retweet the tweets, but also between us. Where for example, Dancing Joy or Joshua is doing a fantastic tweet, you should have normally a myriad of people coming behind and retweeting and doing nice comments. We have to be the bees ourselves to inject the best nectar into the mindset of the people. And what is the best nectar? It's all about collaboration. It's all about Web3, what we are doing here. So I want to see more marketing, outreach marketing, and we do that into Eden Fractal very well. We market very much what we are doing. We do the videos, we do the timestamping on the videos to have the best comfort for the people when they are watching the videos. They don't waste their time. They can click the timestamps. That's very important. So we have to market. Don't be afraid to market, because we are doing great things. So that's the time to go out of the box a little bit. Not just stay into our box. Go out of the box, but also be very focused on what we do. And I don't see too much pain or too much problem to go and doing some marketing. Think about that.
Awesome. Thanks, Patrick. Throwing in my opinion here on this topic is, if we unlock how to do a beautiful decentralized governance system, what's unfolding here will spread itself. So I think even just us focusing on getting this shit right, we won't have to do marketing. The community will grow on its own. And then we're just really focusing on how welcoming in community the best way. And then they'll welcome in their friends if it's a great place. If it's not, they won't. So we never have to really think about injecting an idea out there, more so making this such a beautiful place to be. It becomes a magnet on its own. And that's where I see this thing headed anyway. I was wanting to close it out at this point. So maybe I'll ask if Brandon wanted to be the next facilitator and if we wanted to keep going, or if CDs, you have more time, because we have 2 more hands up. We were going to close at the half hour and with the last round of questions. So I'll push it to the Brandon if you want to facilitate from here on out and keep it going, because wife needs me.
I can hang out. Oh, can you all hear me? I can't hear myself.
Yeah, we can.
Brandon, we
Yeah,
can
okay.
hear you. So I will pass it to you to facilitate then, and you can finish out questions and stuff.
Thank you,
Cool.
Reiki.
Thanks so much, Reiki. Yeah, you're bringing an excellent set of skills. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done today. Really helping this community understand itself better and move forward with a little less gnashing of teeth. So that's always welcome from my vantage point. Cool. Yeah, let's keep going, and I guess I'll just start taking hands at the top there. So Lenny, what do you got for us?
Yes, I was not meaning to speak, but I made a comment about chatbots, AI chatbots, and as some of you know, I had one tagged following me into Eden member group. It was actually a member who was a dev who somehow passed his handle over, and how he connected with me was through Pomelo, a grant, and similar, which I thought was very good for future. He didn't have permission. All reason, I mean, thanks to the admin, and some of us know which one was the admin, it got banned because it silenced me more or less. And that's the disruptive things what's happening even with bots, because whenever I say something, I get another 10 sentences adding on to adding on. So who knows if it's me or the bot, you know? So it's very bad. It's serious business. So CDs, keep that in mind a little bit, because the comment I saw was, we got so much to do, we shouldn't worry about bots. That's future. It's now. Thanks.
Yeah, and you should know that I don't know if they're here. I don't know their name or how to pronounce it, like Berlian or something like that.
His name is Igor.
Igor. Is Igor here today? Did he
So he was in
right?
he was in my round 1 room. And he's very like an AI bot kind of guy. And,
yeah.
But he doesn't speak the greatest English. And anyways, he's not a bad actor. He's just has an automated response in his telegrams that an AI responds, and it can get annoying sometimes. But
I confirm.
I let him back in today because he reached out to me, and he was the one I booted from the chat, like, I don't know, a month ago or something, when he was repeating something after every comment Lenny made. So but now he's back, and
may I just shoot in? I did request him a face-to-face to decide if I was still going to support him or do further action. He never responded. And then he approached me an hour before today's meeting and wanted to get in. I said, sorry, can we talk tomorrow, Monday, or next day, Monday, and similar? Because I want to see the guy and talk a little bit sense in, because he did not respond to my request not to tag me without permission. Anyway, I know the guy is a good guy. I believe so too, but need to listen and discuss face-to-face sometimes.
We don't know if it is a good guy. We don't know. That's just speculation. But by the way, he was messaging me a lot also. And when I want to ask more and find a way to speak with him, that was not possible. So I had to the same conclusion as you.
Patrick, you know him. You know him, Patrick. He's the guy who did Galaxy.
I don't know him.
Yeah, we were in Eden Fracture.
No, but I make a difference between knowing someone and just seeing one time, you know.
Oh, okay.
Same here. I saw him in Eden Fracture as well. I saw him there too, but that's not enough.
We never know. Maybe Brandon is a bot.
I am not a bot.
Okay.
I am not a bot.
Okay, you confirm. Okay.
Cool. So
about the real name here, who has his real name?
What?
I will put it in the chat. or I will
Jesse
send it
Jaffe,
to you.
for example, is your real name for
Igor.
sure.
Yeah.
His real name is Igor Berlenko.
Berliango. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Berlenko.
Berlenko. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
I don't sure if it is his real name, by the way. It's a kind of Brandon Lovejoy, I think.
Yeah, which brings up another thing we got to sort out, which is like there's no ability to update the UI currently. I know this is just like more technical request stuff, but like for instance, the Telegram handle that he reached out to me from is not the one that's in the Eden members UI. So when I went to verify, like, hey, who is this guy? I couldn't find his handle, so I assumed he wasn't a member. But then he's like, no, I'm so and so, and I was like, oh, okay. And then he showed me that he was registered to participate in the election. So I was like, okay, well, you're actually real then. So I let him in.
I just put his profile in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that. So
yeah, you know what? I was totally naive, and I was thinking that Brandon Lovejoy was your real name, Jesse Jaffe also, Dancing Joy also. And I was so disappointed,
real name.
that I decided to name it myself, Pat Novajoy.
Hey, my real name is Brandon Lovejoy. It's on all my.
Oh yeah! Oh yes!
It's on all my government documents. I can prove it.
My family,
I think he's trolling you, Lovejoy.
Yeah, sure. My first Novajoy in my family was William Novajoy. He has discovered Colombia.
My real name is Mockingbird Sparrow.
In 1400.
I am Spartacus. Okay. Let's keep going with some hands up here. Perry.
Thank you, Brandon. I want to extend the question that Dan Singjoy asked about the mission of Eden Fractal, and basically let people know that I made a proposal last week for that mission. And I wish the CDs were here because I'm interested. All of the CDs were here because I'm interested in their feedback to that. But my suggestion is that Eden Fractal become the custodian for the social media accounts that make up our ecosystem. The main EOS channel, the Telegram, other Telegram, important Telegram channels, Twitter accounts, all of those accounts, the control of those accounts, I believe should be under the control of a decentralized community. And I think it is a feature to have it separated from even this group. Just in the same way, governments balance their own branches of government. Let's say, for example, we have a judicial, in the United States, we have a judicial, a legislative, and executive branch. I think having that, a balance to that would be a plus. And I think that's a perfect function for something like the Eden Fractal. That's number one. And the other thing I want to say is that I was elected to level 1 today, and in my group, I had people from all over the world. And I got to say, it was kind of touching, to be honest. It was touching to have that kind of to be elected, even though I wasn't even asking to be elected. So this is a special group, and I really appreciate that. And so thank you. So if anybody has any feedback on that proposal, I'm interested. I just wanted to put that out there and let the community know what I'm suggesting in Eden Fractal. And if you're interested in that, either for or against it, then you're encouraged to show up on Wednesdays. I believe it's 16 UTC on Wednesday, if I have that correct. So thank you very much. That's what I have to say.
Would anyone like to comment on that before I move on to Javier? I always have to imagine somebody's like running to unmute themselves.
I guess it passes. It passes.
I
Woohoo!
think Dan wanted to say something maybe.
Yeah,
Did
I was going to add quickly. Thank you, Perry, for bringing that up. Yeah, I'm looking forward to exploring that. I think that in addition to helping find the mission for Eden Fractal itself, the systems that we're using in Eden Fractal, specifically with this new system of making proposals with agendas where people can discuss topics. That's where Perry made that proposal. That can help the whole Eden community and Eden on EOS community, I think, to define mission and so forth. And I think that Perry's proposed mission is very exciting. And then, by the way, Perry, we can discuss that more next week as well. And anybody can make proposals for the Eden Fractal meeting. We use the consortium app. We recently started using a new system over the past few weeks where anybody can make proposals on consortium, and then proposals that get more votes from community members will be discussed, and we have moderated discussions, so we can discuss Perry's proposal and many others there as well. So hopefully that can be a helpful service for the Eden community, and I think it will be. But I invite everybody to join and make proposals if there's anything you want to discuss with a bunch of Eden community members. Thank you.
Cool. If anyone else wants to add something to the topic, chime in. Otherwise, we'll move on to Javier. Javier, take it away.
Hey, guys, can you hear me? So I just wanted to, I was very in line with what Perry said about just being with people from all over the world. And we've been monitoring traffic to the app during all day today. And in the last 24 hours, we've had 57 countries involved with traffic. US, Canada, South Korea, Mexico, Israel, UK, Hong Kong, Costa Rica, Germany, Slovenia. I mean, list goes on. So amazing, right? Like getting all these people together from all over the world and doing this, I think it's pretty unique and pretty special. And what I wanted to comment on was that currently once the head chief delegate's elected in about 19 minutes, the smart contract changes two of the permissions automatically. We've got a board major, board minor permissions that are changed automatically by the smart contract. However, the current set of CDs have already put forth in MSIG to change the active permissions for the Genesis Eden account. There's still a manual step, just in case something goes horribly wrong with the election. This is still kind of like a manual transfer of power that's done. I'm going to share the MSIG in the chat because, I think it's great for people to be able to review and comment on it. Currently, we have 4 CDs coming into power. So the MSIG's proposed as 3 out of 4, which is what we've previously done with other terms where we have 4 CDs. And I just wanted to let you guys know that the current group of CDs have the full intent and already working on this transfer of power. MSIG's been proposed. If anyone's interested in taking a look at that and just making sure that everyone's aware and they can take a look, how do those keys get handed over? And if there's any feedback, there's still time to chime in. And that's all I wanted to say. So I threw the link in there, and hopefully we can get that sorted out today.
Yeah, and I've already signed it. I've already approved it personally. And I think it's really important to show early intent to transfer that over. I'm super supportive of the new CDs. But anyways, I wanted to comment on the Eden Fractal. This is something that I talked about in my round 2 group today. And it's something that kind of hit me like pretty recent. Like it was like probably a week ago where, so I just wanted to throw this idea out there for the rest of the people that are here. And I think I may be campaigning on this. It's quite a radical change. And I know that we still have a lot of small housekeeping things to do, but like just for the back of your mind, I think that I would support officially integrating the Eden Fractal into this process. And to do that, so there's various ways you could do this, but just generally speaking, just so people know, if you go to the Eden fractal, you earn a non-transferable fungible token. It's the Eden token. And in order to, one of the security concerns that has been brought up, and I think is very valid, is you can, so Nathan had originally introduced this, that you can hire a bunch of people to flood the election. They all have 2/3+1 consensus, and they can take the election over. So I think a great way to counterbalance that is the smart perhaps even to attend the election and or to be able to vote for consensus in the election, a smart contract can check whether you have some certain threshold of this Eden token, this non-transferable fungible token. And so that shows that you're really part of the community, because you've gone to maybe, I don't know, maybe, just random number, 8 Eden fractals, and maybe at least one of them you had to be rank 6 to be able to vote for consensus. There's infinite ways we can set this up. It's just an example. And I think that taking the best parts of Eden 2.0, and I think that it's a mischaracterization to call the fractally processed Eden 2.0, because it's a completely different set of trade-offs. So if we can use, we can select which trade-offs we want and integrate them. I see that as the next evolution of Eden. And I know the current CDs are really focused on like taking a step back. So like the season 4 CDs, we really tried to like propose some radical things. The community wasn't ready for it. That's fine. And so it seems like, it's very common in life. You take 2 steps forward, then 1 step back. And it's totally natural. We need to take a step back, figure out what we're doing. But I'm always in the mindset of like, I'm a radical change type of guy, trying to look long term, trying to think of new ideas. So I think this idea has merit. It was originally introduced by Chris Barnes in our final CD call, and it really just hit me as like, yeah, we should do this. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there, and super support all the CDs. Congrats, guys.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
I also just want to take a moment. I guess I should have said a lot of things earlier in this call when everyone's here, but this morning I was a little brain dead. But I do really appreciate you, Jesse, and the previous chief delegates for taking some acts of boldness, even if the rest of the community found them to be like a little too far, because it helps us understand ourselves better. And I really appreciate your willingness to do that. And now for you to still be here and to still be like communicating and kind of like, approaching this from like a relatively dispassionate position of like, like a holistic, we're all learning and growing, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of way is super appreciated. Yeah. And then the other thing I wanted to throw in there per discussion about community property being handed forward to subsequent delegations and so forth. Last night when we were trying to decide how to stream this, it was like late and it was all very last minute for whatever reason. And I was trying to set up Zoom so that it would connect. Anyway, long story short, I ended up creating a new YouTube channel, which was my intention was to stream this on that new YouTube channel, which was just called like Eden on EOS Comms. And it's completely empty right now, but it does exist. And I did create it. I don't know if it's of any benefit because it hasn't been used, but we could establish a new channel because the other one was Eden Elections. That was the Chris and Waxa and Helios thing. And we were going to just do it there. And I don't know why it didn't happen. I think it's just because we weren't able to like get the Zoom linked up with the YouTube channel to stream it. But I know that they don't really necessarily plan on passing that channel on because they've created certain content there and they want to maybe keep working on it and have it connect to what they're working on. I'm not really sure, but that was the impression I got. But I do think it is of value, or will be of value going forward, for the community to have a set of community managed assets that it passes forward, and that there's a culture at least that supports passing things forward. So I, for one, would like pledge to relinquish any property that I held for the community at the end of my term, if need be. So, but anyway, that YouTube channel exists if anyone wants to use it, or that it's probably just at this point just easier for the new delegates to create a fresh one. But rather than go
we
through
also the season 4 created a fresh one too, but it was something that Nathan has written about. How do you hand off assets off chain? And I think he has some ideas about this. Lovejoy, we were tackling this issue in term 1, and it's still an issue. And hopefully Nathan has the skills to finally solve this. I think he does, and I think he will. So yeah,
he was joking with me. He's like, I got to teach you some dark web secrets. I was like, oh, please do. Like, how does this work? But yeah, we'll figure it out. I know it's funny to see you and Waxa and Chris and like everybody that's been part of multiple iterations now, but like we were all together in that first like 6-month long Chief Delegate season, just trying to figure out how
Space Monkeys.
Space Monkeys, how to do a lot of this stuff, and just keep coming back to the same fundamental problems again and again, and we're still trying to figure out some of those same problems. It's like, I don't know, it makes me feel a little bit better. It's like, well, we didn't solve everything in our first 6-month term, but hopefully the conversation is advancing, and I think this new wave of participation is really helping things. So anyone else? We've got another 9 minutes and 20 seconds until the HCD, the head chief delegate, is selected.
I'll just give a shout out to you, Brendan, and Jesse, and all the former CDs. You guys did incredibly helpful work with thought leadership and helping us all figure out what this is. I love the Space Monkey meme. So thank you to everybody from term 1 and the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And we're standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really happy for everyone that's participated. Honestly, I just feel like I'm so grateful that Reiki and some of this like Haifa crew energy is coming in, and other people that have kind of already experimented with other governance models and can kind of see what we're doing here from like a more like a broader scope of like, oh, I see how this works within larger, and what maybe it lacks, and like what some of the deficiencies are, and how we can evolve and grow, because it's just easy for us to end up in the same kind of thought echo chamber a little bit. So some of this like infusion of outside energy is personally really relieving to me. I'll share the Space Monkey artwork in the Eden members chat. We are going to issue that as a NFT, I think, for anyone that participated in season 1 or election 1. So that's, Jesse's nodding. I think that's confirmed, but
we have the ability to do so now that we have this whole NFT system that the CDs signed over recently. And we have the ability to retroactively assign NFTs for certain accounts. So we would just need the list of EOS accounts that voted. The only thing to decide is, like we see in this election, does participation mean? If you showed up, because like in my group, in my first group, someone was on the call the whole time and didn't vote. Do they get the NFT? Anyway, so there's little details we need to kind of decide on.
Work out.
Yeah.
I feel like anyone that even registered for that first election deserves a Space Monkey, because they made it that far, and maybe they didn't actually vote, but that could also mean that they just couldn't figure out how to work the controls, which is part of the Space Monkey problem. It's like anyone that was like part of that early test pilot phase deserves a Space Monkey, and a lot of us are still here. And then maybe the Space Monkey, really, like, this is all Space Monkey territory still, but I specifically commissioned that piece of art for the first election participants, and initially I wanted to see, like, and maybe we'll get there with future iterations of this NFT thing. It's like that the chief delegates get one NFT and all the delegates get another NFT, and then anyone that participated in the election gets a different NFT, and so forth. And over time we'll start to see. Then we have to decide how, with this reputation system that Mo and Sachet and other people are working on, it's like, how do we value these different things? Like, we look at different levels of participation, or do people participate in the fractal weekly meetings, and how does that reflect in, like how we choose to interpret the signals is like a whole other discussion, right? But I think we're on the right path.
Yeah, definitely. Well said, Brandon. I want to add to that, now that we have Patrick as CD, I find it, I don't know if everybody here remembers, but there was this initiative made by Patrick and Jesse, where they had this rant mind map, where like different rants to different topics were posted. And it's not like a finished idea, it's just a thought of mine that just came to me. It's like when we have like this Eden fractal process, and we like gather the ideas that come out of these meetings and put them into some kind of mind map. We can maybe include that into the decision-making or into the purpose-finding process between elections. So the Eden fractal could play a role of defining the purpose between the elections we have. Sorry, I have to go to the door.
Absolutely, Sebastian. That's not dead. The initiative that we made with Jesse about the EOS rants, where you have Ibla Rose making a lot of rants, and that have matched the campaign, Twitter campaign by Jesse on Twitter, contest for the EOS rants. That's mean a lot. That's not dead. We have just stopped it for a while because there was not a lot of engagement. And I think with Eden Fractal, since June, July, we have now a good platform there, and we have a lot of tools like the mind mapping, the mind maps. Through the brainstorming session, we use the mind map to brainstorm. We use also the mind map to make some integration with consortium by Vlad. Every time there is a poll on consortium, that could be sent directly to the mind map. And Vlad is working now with other iteration of consortium. You know that Dan Sinjoy is working on iteration of consortium with Matthias Schoenbeck of ZEOS. So when there will be this platform coming, why not to send directly the links to the mind map? Like this, the people don't have to go themselves into a web form and send the links to the mind map. So that will be more integrated. That's what I'm campaigning for today. I'm very happy. And that is what I will do on the 3 months and beyond, to make sure that we have some integration between the tools. Because if everyone is developing his tool and there is no integration with other tools, it's like if you do your own church with your own people that are drinking your message, and you are not going to connect with others. So that's what you have to do. but very carefully. We have to be loosely coupled to make the things very good interface. So yeah, totally, Sebastian. I am happy if we continue into this direction.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. Awesome.
Hey, I wanted to chime in real quick. A couple of things. One, what was being said earlier about the current, well, the set of CDs that is stopping now or finishing their term. We had a really well balanced team. Like Reiki brought in a lot of like the DAO experience from Haifa, which we could leverage. Jesse is very focused on marketing and outreach with like as far as Wax as well. I'm more on the tech side. And I see that with this new group of CDs too, where you have a lot of complementary skills, like Nathan's very tech savvy. We have experience with other governance structures as well. And like Nova Crypto does a whole bunch of things with like marketing and outreach. So I'm really happy that we have that kind of balanced set of CDs. Just a comment. And the other thing I wanted to say is that as soon as we have this head chief delegate and the elections final, we'll be calling a distribution. So level 1 delegates that were elected will be able to claim funds today once the election is over. And also yesterday, we had a small distribution of 1 day for the previous set of elected delegates. So the way the contract works is we pay 30 days in advance. Some months have 31 days, and it turns out there was an extra day that required payment. So there's a small distribution available for previous set of delegates. And we'll be making sure that the next set of CDs will be able to claim their funds once the election is final. Small announcement there. Joseph is the head chief delegate.
Aha, whoa, it's happened. I miss it. Nice.
I'm sorry, I was talking too much. We missed it, but just happened.
Right, I was just like,
yeah, nice.
Right, we have a head chief delegate. We have to decide now that the head chief delegate doesn't have any like actual difference in terms of funding. It is an interesting role. It may come into play in the future, but I was joking on the sidelines with Nathan James that perhaps they should have to wear a wig or a staff or a gavel or something, you know, a cape maybe, something. I'm joking, but it is interesting that we have this role that has kind of been deprecated, and maybe others have thoughts on that. Wig NFT.
I suggest Space Cowboy instead of each head chief delegate.
I guess every group of CDs has their own way of organizing. Sometimes we rotate who chairs the meetings. Maybe someone can be in charge of chairing the meeting every time. So I guess every set of CDs can choose how they want to self-organize. And perhaps, you know, if someone, head chief, is willing to be like chair or help facilitate some of the meetings, that could be a role that they can assume.
The original intent was to be like yet another like defense against incumbent advantage. Like even if the same people managed to get to the top every time, there would always be one that was selected at random, which would keep capture from happening if that one person had some additional power in the system. But I see it as less of an issue at our scale. Now, if we grew to the size like 10,000, then yeah, I can see the HCD might play a really important role in protecting the system from capture. But again, I don't know how. That's like a game theory problem that I'm not really sure how it plays out.
I agree with your point about scale, how we're at a small scale now. And if you read Nassim Taleb, some of his books, he talks a lot about how when you move to different scales, there's a transformation of the variables. So just basically things change when you're at larger scales, and you have to modify kind of your rules to match that scale. And so I don't think we're there yet, like not even close. But yeah, we should continue to have at least this ceremonial head chief, because we may want to bring it back at a larger scale.
Cool. Well, we know this much is true. And any final thoughts now that we have our head chief delegate selected? I feel like we should wrap her up here in a little bit. And anyone else want to say anything before we go?
Just that right after the head chief delegate was selected, the keys for the board major, board minor keys have been shifted, and we called the distribute actions. So funds are available for claiming for the new elected delegates as of now. And I know there's a few things we need to fine tune on the election, and we'll continue to learn from every time we go through this process and improve it. And thank you everyone for all the amazing feedback that you've given our team to make sure that it's running. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Javier. And thanks to you and Adenia and everybody for making sure all the technical stuff is being handled and evolving. Important stuff. Who was speaking?
Oh, sorry.
Vincent?
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick about the HCD. Like for me, the HCD is really representative of the fact that Dan Larimer left a system that could have been worked WPS or sort of governance. Like imagine if HCD was like a president, right? I think he was trying to prevent that sort of incumbent advantage and the whole thing about making sure that through the sortition, like the person who has the most power is randomized at the end. And so for me, like it's pretty clear that he left a system that was sort of had indications and signals of being more governance focused, and HCD is an example of that. And the fact that the Eden process has been more worker proposal system focused in the last few terms has kind of driven away from that a little bit. But and you can see that by them deprecating HCD. But then the fact that HCD is there in the first place, is an indication that he had designs of this being also a system that was more governance focused, and the person at the end that had the most power, was supposed to be randomized. I just want to throw that out there. Thanks, Lovejoy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree. And in addition to just, generally thinking about scale, one of the other problems that we faced in the first round, the first election, where like we ended up kind of doing away with the HCD, is because Aaron just didn't have time and to play the role of like allocating all those funds outside of the work that he himself was doing. And I think you'd see less of that if we had more rounds. So like you're less likely to end up with a board of chief delegates from which the HCD will be randomly selected, where those people don't have time or are too busy. I think if we start adding like 3 and 4 rounds, we'll find that the people that are advancing are less promoting individual single projects and more interested in representing multiple projects and helping to like cultivate the Eden itself. And in that case, you have kind of more focused engagement of those people. And so randomly choosing one of those people and saying you have like way more of a budget would be more meaningful. But when you only have one round of layer ones and then the next round is like suddenly your chief delegate and suddenly your head chief delegate. I mean, like look at Nathan James. He kind of did the same thing I did at the very first, which is like I didn't really plan on being elected as chief delegate to begin with, and it just kind of happened, through talking to people, and ended up being the one that was chosen both times. And but now he's in this position of having to devote time, and he's got a very busy schedule already, so suddenly he's got to make like time to meet with the chief delegates and time to give to this process, and that's just kind of comes with the territory of being a chief delegate. It would be way more difficult to accidentally end up as like a third round selection, because at that point you have to really be, you know, pushing, or like, you know, there's some serious, I don't know, like use the word competition, but there's some serious like dialogue and debate at that level, I would think. We haven't seen it yet, so I'm really curious. 192 is the number to reach to trigger a three round election.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I was going to ask you, weren't you involved in finding what the next threshold is? 192. We got, we're getting closer, fairly close. We had what, 120 something? 140.
Well, signed up, but actual participants, I'm not sure.
No, but all that matters is signed up, I think.
True, in terms of the number of people assigned per room, and yeah, I'm not really sure. The math gets pretty weird. I can't.
That formula
really understand.
was
the
weird.
formula is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's trying to minimize the number of people in any group, and maximize the number of, I can't remember exactly how to express it, but we also wouldn't just want 192 ideally, because then we'd have really small, you know, group. I mean, we don't get to choose, but ideally we'd overshoot 192 by a good margin, because that would ensure that even if people don't show up and fail to register their participation, we wouldn't end up with like lots of groups of 3 where one person was missing, right, and then you only have 2 people in a group, which would kind of suck. So maybe there's other ways to unregister that we can look into that would also really help before the randomization occurs. I'm not really sure if there's a housekeeping like final call thing we could do, but
yeah, no, I totally agree with everything you said there. I was just thinking about Daniel Key's question in the chat.
Oh,
I don't remember what CD1. I mean, what election 1. I would venture to guess that election 1 had more than we do now. We did have 6 CDs in election 1, so I think election 1 is number 1 most, and then this election was number 2 most.
I think that's right. And as to allowing people to unregister right up to the election, totally. I think it's just a technical change that needs to occur, and there may be some period of time that randomization needs to, you know, before the actual breakout room happens. I mean, it might need to be like an hour before the election so that we can randomize the rooms. There needs to probably be some lag time, but I'm not really sure what the technical limitations are. So maybe like once you make it to the community Zoom room, you know, that's a signal that you're here, and those people that are not there could theoretically even be, I don't know, it gets a little dodgy if you just start.
The first idea that you mentioned is that you sign something on chain within 24 hours of when the election starts for you to be eligible to be grouped in a group, I think is probably the way to go there. Yeah. But just some final numbers. There are 21 L1s and 4 L2s. We had, I think, 4 groups in the round 1 that did not come to consensus, and 1 group in round 2 that did not come to consensus. And I think that's pretty par for the course. I think maybe a little bit more than average. I don't have any data backing this up. It's just from what I remember. But yeah, just some numbers there.
Andrew says same as number of BPs. That's kind of funny. Yeah, and I hope, I don't know who's working on it, but we really need more tools. Like I would love for the UI to show previous election information right in the UI. Javier, I don't know if any thought has been given to that. And of course, well, it needs to be funded and stuff, but.
Yeah, we keep a backlog of ideas. So whenever things come up, we add them into our GitHub issues. And it's really up to the CD to decide whether they'd like to fund of development and a particular change in the UI. All changes in the UI are kind of decided on the CD meetings. And we have the OpEx fund, right? So with the change of keys that we're proposing, we've already got 3 out of 5 signatures on that. Delegates will be able to have access to the budget.eden account, which is used for some, OpEx, so whatever they deem is necessary. So it might be that some of the UI changes, developments can be funded from that account. So definitely something that we keep track of the issues, but the CDs need to ultimately decide whether they want to move forward with those changes.
Do you make a point to, or could you make a point to get with the CDs at some point and be like, these are the list of features that were being requested? Like, what do you, this is your menu essentially to choose from. Like, let's prioritize these things in terms of what we think is valuable to the community. Maybe even solicit feedback from the L1 crowd as well on that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll just like go over the project board and do a little grooming and prioritization of the different issues. And some of the ones that came up will be added on the board after this experience today. I agree with that completely.
Cool. All right, everybody. I think we should wrap her up. And Marco, you have one more. You have your hand up. I don't know if that's new.
Yeah, real quick, check non-participants for the failure of the website.
I didn't understand everything you said. It was breaking up a little bit.
I'm outside on mobile. Did you check non-participants against failure of the website?
Did we check non-participants against failure of the website?
Yeah, we had one in our room who participated in the first round, but for some reason couldn't get into the website in the second round.
I think that was directed at you, Javier.
Yeah, well, so it's really hard to test the elections. We did a bunch of mock elections, but we don't nearly get the amount of traffic we get during an actual election. So it's really hard to like simulate what an actual election is going to look like. In the last election, we got an issue. We created a load balancer. So we have multiple instances of the Eden box, which is like our backend service and our front end running. We've also increased some of the rate limit values, trying to make sure that we wouldn't reach these rate limits. It seems that there's some rate limits with atomic acids that can cause the website to fail. There's also a value that we're trying to find the right magic number for an internal rate limiting, and we're definitely collecting information during the election to try and improve this. So I don't have enough right now to understand exactly why some of the page wasn't loading for some people and what exactly went on, but it'd be great to kind of debrief after the fact and try and understand how we can solve these issues.
Oh, definitely. I was just commenting on maybe everybody wanted to participate in round 2, move down to round 1. Thanks.
Cool.
Next election is April 7th. You can already opt in for the next election. We've already got 6 people signed up. So just thought we could, I'm doing a lot of housekeeping comments here, but yeah, if anyone, wants to sign up for the next election, it's already available.
Javier, I was going to say, based on your comments about, not having enough participation in the test elections to kind of get like a good idea of what breaks at scale. If you want, I would love to do kind of like a fun, like non-consequential, non-binding election that is, maybe like on a theme or whatever. We could just run the process. If you're going to do it anyway, if you want to do it, or if it's not like too much like effort and it's already something that we need to accomplish, then we could probably rally a pretty sizable number of people to do something like that. But it'd be like midterm, and it would be like not, we could use it for sense making and for like discovery and understanding and meeting people, but not like to select anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. The only comment I would have around that is that the development environment for Eden is on Jungle 4. So we don't use like real tokens in the treasury, but we want to test that, people can get funded. So we fund it with the testnet tokens, and it's all running on Jungle 4. So if we want to run these mock elections for fun, the way we're doing it is on Jungle 4. And that requires having Jungle 4 accounts. So yeah, maybe like Daniel just mentioned, testing on mainnet with just a few tokens in the treasury and running something, a mainnet instance, we can totally do that as well, just a separate contract.
Yeah, I think we should consider doing it on mainnet, because I went through the test election. I did 2 mock elections, and trying to get people their Jungle 4 account, and then you need to power up your account with Jungle 4. It's quite a barrier.
Yeah, I can see how that would be challenging for a lot of people. Well, let's talk about it more. I think it'd be like a cool opportunity. I've always wanted to do more of these just for like non-consequential purposes, but more for like, I see Dan shaking his head too. It's kind of like the what you get out of Fractally, but at a larger scale with like, the whole process of selecting down from like a large pool of people is really interesting to me. We did it with Fractal Fiction, for instance, and we just did it as a Zoom room, and then I just did breakout rooms. But we wrote a story that was pretty cool. It ended up being really awesome. Like we elected the author and the editor and so forth from, and kind of like everyone contributed to writing the story. So
That
I can
was the
imagine
dragon story, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't know if anyone read that, but honestly, like, Sophia wrote an amazing story, and that was kind of co-created from all these people that participated in the Fractal Fiction process. And, ultimately it was like one person that wrote it. So like the head chief delegate essentially ends up writing it. But in this case, somebody that's selected, not like randomly.
Yeah, I read it. It was an excellent story, a really sweet ending. And it was so cool that it went through this upvote kind of process. Definitely encourage everyone to check out the Mutable Realms. Also, the Space Monkey NFT is in there. And yeah, it was great. It really was.
Yeah. I just think this process is useful for all sorts of fun things we haven't explored, that we're still, just getting this version right is enough probably for our brains right now, but there's lots of other things we could do. So to infinity and beyond. Or go EOS.
Thank you, Brandon, for guiding us through this whole closure of this amazing experience. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just trying to wrap it up after Reiki did such a great job of getting us all playing nice with each other and sharing really excellent feedback. So that was wonderful. Yeah, we'll see you all next time. I'm looking forward to L1 delegates maybe stepping up a little bit more in this, like doing some regular meetings and collaborating with the chief delegates a little bit more, and yeah, keep the conversation going, just keep this ball of energy rolling.
Yeah, congrats to all the CDs. Patrick's still on the call. Pat Novajoy, I'm so happy to see you as a CD, and
yeah,
me and him are in regular communication anyways. So at the very least, me as an L1 and Pat Novajoy as a CD, that's at least a very solid bridge. It's already there. So
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to answer. Thank you very much, Jesse, for your support, and also Zach Gold, that is no more here. He was into my second round, and he was supporting me. Xavier was in my room also. He was supporting me. So thank you very much for that. That's mean a lot. And I was stating before the election that I will have my 3 liters of vodka and 1 kilo of popcorn. And I have to admit, to be honest with you, that I have not the time to drink my vodka. You see, I am in good shape. So, and the popcorn, I don't know when. So, but congrats to everyone, chief delegates. Very happy, and congrats to every of you doing fantastic job. Dancing Joy, fantastic guy. Jesse Jaffe, we will never know his real name, but that's okay. Fantastic guy. And we have Daniel Keys here of the Pomelo EOS Nation team. Very happy. And if I am to retain someone that I have a lot of respect, I have a lot of respect for every of you. But the first guy that I have engaged on EOS was Nathan James, NS James. And I am CD with him. So that's just incredible. I will cry, but I can't. And I don't realize myself that I am a CD. That's just incredible. So that I will continue what I do and don't think too much about the funds and all that. I will ask to my fellow CDs how they want to manage the funds. I am not the treasury guy. I just want to do the things with all my heart, soul, and mind. And for that, I am connected with Jesse in alignment. That's mean. Okay, guys, very happy. I can go sleep, I think.
Yeah. All right. Farewell, everyone. Thanks for closing it out, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everybody.
See you.